This meeting is called to order. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Boynton Beach City Commission meeting. Today is Tuesday, December 5th, 2023, and the time is now 6:04 p.m. Before we proceed, I want to remind everyone of our rules of civility and decorum. Officials must first be addressed by the chair, me, and not interrupt a speaker. Public comments must be addressed to the commission as a whole and not to any individual on the dais or in the audience. Personal attacks, insults, and lack of respect are strictly prohibited. Disruptive behaviors from the audience, including but not limited to yelling, stamping of feet, and similar demonstrations are likewise prohibited. Offenders will be given a warning, and should they persist, you'll be asked to leave this meeting. I'm going to turn now to the city clerk. If you could please begin the roll call. Good evening, Tammy.
Good evening. Mayor Panserga.
The mic.
Can you hear me now?
Very faint.
It's on.
It's on? Good.
Yes, okay.
All right, good.
Mayor Panserga.
Here.
Vice Mayor Turkin.
Present.
Commissioner Cruz.
Here.
Commissioner Hay.
Here.
Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Well, thank you so much. Our invocation for this evening will be led by Commissioner Woodrow Hay, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Angela Cruz. Let's all stand for the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we gather this evening with grateful hearts, seeking your guidance as we convene in this city with our City Council meeting. We respectfully pray for the peace of Jerusalem, Israel, a city that holds a special place in our hearts. And we ask for your blessings to be upon its people. As we convene here in Boynton Beach, let us take a moment to reflect on the shared spirit that unites all of us. In our diverse community, we come together with hopes and dreams and a collective commitment to the betterment of this beloved city. Let us bow our heads with gratitude for the privilege of serving this remarkable community. Make our efforts be guided by a deep sense of responsibility and guide our desire to uplift every resident, ensuring that no voice goes unheard and no concern goes unaddressed. May our decisions up here on this council be woven with threads of compassion, understanding, and a steadfast dedication to justice. As we navigate through the challenges that lie before us, let our resilience be our compass and collaboration our guiding principle. And in the warm city of Boynton Beach sun, may our hearts be open to innovative ideas and collaborative solutions. May this meeting be a beacon of unity where the strength of our diversity shines brilliantly, illuminating a path toward progress, inclusiveness, and shared prosperity. Let us be mindful of the impact our decisions have on the lives of those that we serve. May our action reflect the core value that defines the character of Boynton Beach, a city of resilience, compassion, and boundless potential. And as we embark upon this collective journey, may the spirit of unity and cooperation prevail. May we be inspired by the opportunity to make a positive difference in the lives of our fellow residents, leaving our mark that will never be removed on the legacy of Boynton Beach. For it is in the name of Jesus the Christ that we all pray, and let every heart say, amen.
Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, everybody. and thank you, Commissioner Hay, for those moving words. We're going to begin now with agenda approval, additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda. I received a request from staff to move up item 12A. This is the police impact fee discussion. Again, that's 12A to, let's do that right before consent agenda. All right, so after administrative, but right before consent, item 12A, if there are no objections from my colleagues. Looking around, I see no objections to that amendment. All right, were there, and I just want to clear with staff, was that the only request, City Manager? All right, thank you. And I'll go around the dais now. Let's begin with Commissioner Kelly, if you have any amendments, proposed amendments.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to ask to move up 10A to, I was thinking to move it up before public hearing.
Before public hearing?
Hmm?
All right, are there any objections to that request from my colleagues? All right, seeing none, we'll continue. Any other recommendations or proposals, Commissioner?
No, thank you.
All right, so 10A will be right before public hearing. And now we're going to turn to Commissioner Hay.
No, that was my item also, 10A.
10A.
I have no others.
All right, thank you. Let's turn now to Vice Mayor.
I'd like to move up 8B to after 3D.
So because of the nature of that item, Commissioner, it is Vice Mayor 3B is well before public audience, and we need to have public audience before.
Okay,
It's also a public hearing item, which means it needs to, there's a process for that.
so could we put that after administrative?
I think we can. Let me see administrative. So before consent.
Yes,
Okay, so that is 8B, if I heard you correctly.
that's correct.
Are there any objections? Yes, Commissioner Kelly.
The reason for my request of moving 10A before public hearing is so that gets heard before public hearing. So if we're going to move public hearing up,
Yeah.
then can we move 10A up before that? Because I wanted that to be heard before we went on to public hearing, which I thought was going to be a little bit lengthier. So
All right, so basically the request here is, yes, we could do 8B after 12A, and 12A will be after administrative. Did I understand you correctly?
I
So
think,
that item that you requested is still before. Did I understand you correctly?
right, so now it will fall before public hearing, where public hearing is now being moved. Is
Yes.
what you're saying.
So even
Okay.
if it's being moved, it's still before public hearing.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Were there any other comments or objections to the request to move item 8B to before consent, but after the police impact fee discussion? All right, seeing none. Vice Mayor, was there anything else?
yeah, I just want to get an update from staff to see if there's anything in our code for workforce housing that would allow some form of waiver. Our code is extremely extensive, and so I don't know if staff is working on this. If I just get an update towards the end of the meeting.
I'm going to turn to the city manager if that's an update that we can quickly provide, or does that require more work? And is that something we could do today, or?
It's going to require some referencing. What I can do is I can speak to our economic development manager, and I can see what their take is on it. And if they have the answer ready, then we'll provide it. If it needs a little bit more research, then we'll.
I don't
we'll
think
do-
economic development would be I think it'd be planning and development.
Yeah, planning and development.
Yeah. So
Are you you can, okay, perfect.
Okay, so the question is when we're going to have that update. Can we have that under new business? Okay, so to be clear, your request is an update on waivers as it pertains to affordable housing, workforce housing. So discussion / update, waiver, workforce housing. All right, any objections or comments to that request? This is to put it under section 11, discussion or update of waiver as it pertains to workforce housing. Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I'm going to turn now to Commissioner Cruz.
No amendments for me, Mayor.
All right, so just to recap, the following amendments are as follows. We're moving 12A, this is the police impact fee discussion, to after administrative, followed by 8B. 8B is the Harbor K Master Plan modification and major site plan modification item. We are also adding an update under new business 11, discussion on potential workforce housing waiver.
And we're moving 10A
And 10A.
up before public hearing.
Yes.
After 12A.
10A is the bond item, and the request was to move it after consent and before
Right.
public hearing.
Right, but I wanted it before all of public hearing. So if we're hearing public hearing all together.
Yeah.
Further, closer up, then 10A needs to, I would like 10A to be before the public hearing
That,
agenda
I am
item.
comfortable with it. So it'll be after administrative, it'll be 12A, that's the police impact fee discussion, followed by 10A, which is the bond proposal,
Correct,
followed by 8B, which is the public hearing item.
correct.
Okay, that is the order in which I understood.
Thank you.
All right. All right, everybody. I'm glad we have a clear understanding of the plan. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So move.
We have a motion. Is
Second.
there a second? I heard a second from Commissioner Hay. All those in favor of the amended agenda say aye. Aye. All those opposed, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We're going to move on to informational items by members of the City Commission. I'm going to begin on my right this time. Commissioner Cruz, informational items or items to disclose.
Yes, Mayor.
And I do want to remind my colleagues that when it comes to disclosures pertaining to the public hearing item, there will be a time when we get to the public hearing to make those disclosures then. All right, go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay. I had a lot of conversations regarding the bond, Facebook messages, text messages, emails, phone calls. In regard to item 8A, you said when we get to the item,
Mhm.
I'll get to make that disclosure. Okay. I will do it then. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
All right. I believe they're passing around the disclosure checklist. Is that correct? Great, thank you for that. Let's turn to Vice Mayor, if you have any informational items to share.
I'll just wait till we get to those items on the agenda. As you mentioned for the public hearing items.
For disclosures.
For disclosures,
Yes,
correct.
but
Yeah.
if you have anything in general to share, now is a good time.
Oh, okay.
Informational items,
Yeah, sure.
traditional.
So, holiday tree lighting was a great success, and the holiday parade was a great success. So I just want to give a huge round of applause to staff. They did really good. I know there's a lot of moving parts to getting that done, and we had with Snow Queen and something else.
Happy Snowman.
Happy Snowman.
For is it copyright
infringement
reasons?
prevention,
Yes.
yeah.
We got to change the names.
And I thought that was awesome. The kids loved it. So great job. Great job. And that's it.
All right, thank you,
Thanks.
Vice Mayor. Commissioner Hay, informational items?
Yes, I'd like to say that, again, that the Veterans Day observance on November 11th was very well attended, and great speeches were made. On November the 14th through the 18th, I attended the NLA, which is the National League of Cities in Atlanta, Georgia. And I would like to talk about one of the projects that I took a tour on in just a moment. But I'd like to say on, as just been stated about the Christmas tree lighting on December the 1st was extraordinary. And we had a lot of fun and good turnout for that. I think our people are waiting for some uplifting activities during this time of the year. Also on Saturday, December the 2nd. The Christmas parade was well attended, and we all had a great time. One of the things that I had the opportunity to do at the National League of Cities in Atlanta, Georgia, was take a bus tour for just about close to a half day. And we took a tour of the Tyler Perry movie studio. And it's an excellent example of what can be done when you take an old, dilapidated, forgotten about area and turn it into something that's modern, lively, and serving the community. And just for those of you, if you have the opportunity and you're up in Atlanta, I think you would enjoy taking that tour. It's making history where history has been made. There was a military fort there, Fort. I think it's like Ferguson, Georgia. I'm probably saying that wrong, but Tyler Perry production campus has a great legacy to it. It dates all the way back to the 19th century. And the area where he now has a studio used to be a military site as early as 1835. And it served the Confederate Army that was based during the American Civil War. And after the battle in Atlanta, Georgia in 1864, this Major John A. Schofield suggested the post be formally named in honor of Union General James Birdseye McPherson, the highest ranking Union officer to have been killed in action during the Civil War prior to the Battle of Atlanta. This general led the Army of Tennessee through the Battle of Fort Henry, and it's a lot of history to it. But I just wanted to let you know that that area now, I think it's like 343 acres that was converted into a movie studio. It serves the East Coast, California. You know, most people run to California to make movies. Now they are running to Atlanta, and that's a big plus for us. And I just commend Tyler Perry for what he has done. It's throughout all the media about their gratitude for the employment that he has. He has thousands of people that he's been able to employ just by taking an old dilapidated military area and turning it into this almost like an oasis, where many of the movies that you see on TV and in the movies were made there in Atlanta. And I think this is saying a lot for the CRA and what can be done. Certainly we don't have that type of property here in Boynton, but certainly we can take advantage of what we do have and turn it into something as great as that. So if you get the opportunity, stop by the Tyler Perry studio. It's an experience that you won't forget. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hay. I'm going to turn now to Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor. I had conversations with residents with regard to 10A, and I'll save my other item, my other disclosure for the public hearing. But I also, just like the Vice Mayor and also Commissioner Hay, this weekend was a very busy but eventful and wonderful weekend. And so thank you to city staff for really just knocking these two events out of the park, for police and fire for keeping everyone safe, getting everyone home safely. But it was well attended, and very successful. The MC for the parade, I don't know where we found him, but we can't lose his number. He was amazing. He entertained everyone through the parade. It wasn't, there wasn't a boring spot in the parade, and sometimes they can lag. So just thank you to city staff for great work.
All right, thank you, everybody. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
If I may make one other observation at the National League of Cities, I noticed several cities. One of the things that I think we should look at is grooming and investing in our future leaders. What I mean by that is that there were several cities that had youth that attended the National League of Cities. They were in classes with us. They were in the classes for themselves. And I thought it was just beautiful. And I think it's something that we can take a look at, talk about right here in, I think it's Miramar. They had a dozen kids. They were all dressed alike and they were having fun. But it's the exposure of our youth to what we do up here, rather than just hoping and praying that we get good candidates. We should be looking at grooming our candidates for potential service to the city up here on the dais or on committees or wherever. And so I would like for that to be a future discussion where we take a look at that and see what we can do as a city to invest in our youth.
Thank you, Commissioner. As for myself, I attended the same events you all did, with the exception of the National League of Cities Conference. Unfortunately, I had to work that day and I just couldn't make it. And I want to commend staff for all of your hard work. You guys did a phenomenal job. We were very happy with how everything rolled out. And I think in terms of informational items, that's it. I'll reserve my disclosures to when the public hearing items arrive. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. We are going to proceed to the next portion of the agenda, which is a proclamation. This is a proclamation for December 2023 as Impaired Driving Awareness Month. This proclamation will be accepted by Sergeant Christopher Monroe and Officer Alexis Vladimir. So let me read the proclamation into the record. The proclamation reads as follows: whereas the city of Boynton Beach recognizes the importance of honoring those who have been killed or injured in drunk and drug driving crashes as a result of any alcohol or substance impaired driving consequences, as well as anyone who has been emotionally devastated by these violent crimes. And whereas in 2022, Palm Beach County had 1,920 drivers arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol or narcotics, there were 1,083 total crashes, 67 serious injuries, and 45 fatalities, all caused by impaired drivers. And whereas December is National Impaired Driving Awareness Month, the November and December are the deadliest months of the year for drunk driving crashes. And whereas Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Palm Beach County's Public Safety Department, Victim Services Division, and the Boynton Beach Police Department will host a candlelight vigil in the city of Boynton Beach on December 6th, that's tomorrow, to honor victims and survivors. And whereas all citizens are urged to join in the local efforts to raise awareness and to honor the lives of those killed or injured as a result of drunk driving, drug driving, or underage drinking consequences. And now, therefore, I, Ty Pensurga, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim the 6th of December 2023 as Impaired Driving Awareness Day. I'd like to ask Officer and Sergeant if you could accept this and say a few words about the meaning of this event and what we hope to see tomorrow.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. I just want to thank you for recognizing tomorrow and all of December. Yes, thank you for recognizing December as Impaired Driving Awareness Month. Obviously, want to bring awareness to impaired driving to the city and county, state, and as well as the nation. It's obviously a problem that we wish we didn't have, and would like to reduce the number of injuries and deaths as a result of impaired driving. Also with us is Carrie from the Palm Beach County Victim Services and Jennifer from MAD, who obviously help put on the event every year with us for the candlelight vigil. I think Carrie do you want to say a few words or no? Okay. So just want to thank you for recognizing again December as Impaired Driving Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is an announcement of Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day ceremony. It will be hosted by the City of Boynton Beach Recreation and Parks Department in collaboration with the Boynton Beach Veterans Task Force. The ceremony is being held at Tom Kaiser USN Boynton Beach Veterans Memorial Park, located at 114 North Federal Highway on Thursday, December 7th. That's this Thursday, starting at 11 a.m. This event is free and open to the public. For more information, including ADA accommodations, visit the city's website, boynton-beach.org. The next item is another announcement. Oceanfront Bark, Boynton Beach's dog potty on the beach, will be hosted by the Recreation and Parks Department on Saturday, December 16th, 2023. From 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Oceanfront Park located at 6415 North Ocean Boulevard. This is the second of 4 scheduled events being held on the 3rd Saturday of each month through February 2024. The event is free for all well-behaved licensed dogs and their owners and includes food trucks, vendors, and pet-friendly giveaways. Dogs will be allowed off-leash in a designated fenced area. Parking at Oceanfront Park is free for the duration of the event for all beach patrons. Again, for more information, you can visit our city's website, boynton-beach.org. The final announcement is about the Recreation and Parks Department, along with the National Recreation and Parks Association, recognizing the City of Boynton Beach Recreation and Parks Department as a NRPA CAPRA accredited agency. And the department was recognized on October 11th at the national conference during the Best of the Best ceremony. The City of Boynton Beach Recreation and Parks Department successfully met 153 of the 154 standards, including all 36 fundamental standards. The department is one of 206 accredited agencies nationwide, 26 in the state of Florida, and 2 in Palm Beach County. This is a prestigious accomplishment, as CAPRA accreditation is the only national accreditation for park and recreation agencies and is a measure of the agency's overall quality of operation, management, and services to the community. The City of Boynton Beach has been an accredited department since 2006. I see our Parks and Recreation Director, Casey Young. Tell us all about this, and congratulations to all of your hard work and to your entire team.
Good evening, Mayor,
Good evening.
Commissioners. Casey Young, Recreation and Parks Director. Yes, we wanted to bring this item to the attention of the Commission to really commend the Recreation and Parks Department staff for the hard work for this prestigious accreditation. Again, it is letting us know and letting the public know that we are following the best practices and best standards that are nationwide. So the 154 standards that it takes to achieve accreditation, we met 153 of them. So again, that is not from direction from me. It is just hard work from our entire staff. And again, I just wanted to make sure to bring this to you guys to commend them and to recognize the staff for the hard work that it takes. It is really one of those things that we are extremely proud of. Again, with the support of Dan, the city manager, also with Andrew Mack, supporting us, and again, giving us the opportunity to go to Dallas to represent Boynton Beach amongst the nation of all the agencies across the nation. Was an extreme honor and greatly appreciated for that support, and along with your support too, in order to do that. Again, it was one of those things that it was, we didn't look at it as extra work. It was us putting standards in place to make sure that we're operating the department as efficient as we can. So again, just really, you've read the stats out. It is something that a lot of agencies do try to achieve. Again, there are minimum, again, across the nation that have achieved it. We have been an accredited agency since 2006. This was re-accreditation for us. Again, we just really worked hard at it and look to continue to get better at it. Again, this is something we are accreditation comes up every 5 years. So in 2020, 2024, crazy to say that, that is almost 2024, we will begin working on our next phase of accreditation. So with that being said, yes, if we could give a hand of applause to all the staff that are in attendance
Absolutely.
tonight.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
Again, this is one of the achievements I could talk about all night, but I won't. We do have representation from NRPA, which is the National Recreation Association, along with the CAPRA chair. They are here virtually. They would like to say a few words just to talk about accreditation and really give more information on it.
All right, now who is that person, and does IT know who that is so we can unmute this person?
Yes, we have Jennifer Schilling, who's the CAPRA Accreditation Senior Manager, along with Troy Hotman, who is the chair of CAPRA.
All right, let's unmute them. IT? Can I get a thumbs up if you're working on it? I see a thumbs up, so all right, maybe a few more moments.
Hey, Casey, while we're waiting, you got 153 out of 154. Are you working on that one?
We're working on that. That will be the first one we address.
Very good.
All right, I hear something.
Jennifer, you're self-muted. Please unmute yourself.
Okay. I believe I'm on mic now.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you this evening. As Casey mentioned, I'm Jennifer Schlenning. I'm the senior manager at NRPA that oversees the CAPRA accreditation program. As Casey mentioned, getting 153 out of the 154 is quite an accomplishment. It's not something that every reaccrediting agency is able to do. I will also say that this year's accreditation coincided with CAPRA crossing the 200 mark in terms of number of agencies nationwide. And so Boynton Beach is definitely a key part of the continued growth of this program. One of the things that we believe really strongly is that CAPRA helps better the inner workings of the departments, as well as increases teamwork. And
All right. Going once, going twice.
So
You could wrap it up, Casey.
I will wrap
Yeah.
it up. Just in closing, again, if we could give staff in attendance tonight just another round of applause, just thanking them for all their hard work in order for us to achieve. Again, as Jennifer mentioned, 153 out of 154 is not the standard. So again, we were above standard in achieving this. And I just want to again commend staff for that. There was a picture of us at NRPA receiving our award. Unfortunately, we didn't come home with the award. It was a replica for that night, but I did get word from Jennifer that the award will be here. So once we receive it, we will put it on display in commission, so you will have a chance to take a look at it. But again, just really proud of the Recreation and Parks Department, and I hope that you guys are proud of us as well. Again, meeting those national standards and being recognized across the nation as one of the accredited Recreation and Parks Department. So we don't have the actual award, but we did receive a plaque. We did blow it up. If you guys have time, if you don't mind coming down and taking a picture with staff in attendance so that we can
Let's do
recognize
it.
this
Yeah.
moment.
All right. Can we give them a round of applause first?
Casey, did you want Ms. Schlenning to finish? She had technical difficulties. and is back with us now.
After the picture, she can finish.
Can't stand there. I gotta stand.
Thank you.
Yes, can you bring her back up to finish her comments?
Ms. Schlenning, you have to unmute yourself to begin talking.
My apologies. I did have some technical difficulties and I believe I was cut off. But the bottom line is congratulations to Boynton Beach. Congratulations to all the agencies that were accredited. And we look forward to seeing how they continue to improve their operations over the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next portion of the agenda, which is public audience. For those of you that are joining us here today for the first time or watching us online, I want to inform you that, as always, each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. If you are here as part of a group or organization, please make that known. Organizations can send a representative on their behalf. Comments must be addressed to the body as a whole and not to any individual person on the dais or in the audience. Personal attacks to each other, insults are obviously prohibited. This is a time to be heard and for us to listen. We'll be taking down notes. However, this is not a Q&A. It's not a town hall. And if you have any questions, our staff will connect with you thereafter. As always, state your name for the record and begin when you are ready, and I'll start the timer.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Colleen Paul. My mother was a longtime resident of Boynton Beach, and I recently moved to the great city of Boynton Beach. I want to give greetings to everybody on the council, and I want everybody to know my mother wanted to be buried in Boynton Beach because she lived in Boynton Beach. We want to bury our dead that are from the great city of Boynton Beach in the great city of Boynton Beach. We would prefer to expand on the cemetery on Seacrest instead of having a field over there because we already have its other places in the great city of Boynton Beach. And further, more, since I have to go to the radio station and cannot stay to speak some more, I want the great city of Boynton Beach to know, as a community activist and a radio personality, I want to work with everybody on the dais and everybody who do not know me. When there's an issue in the community calls me because they speak Creole and they have a lot of issues with understanding code enforcement. So I would appreciate if only they give them tickets and my next door neighbor called the city to talk about gentrification. And when I meet the staff, it's not about gentrification, but the lack of understanding of what this great city want to do. They feel that you want them out of the city. Having said that, I'm going to the radio because Tuesday night is my radio show. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Now, I know several of you are here to speak on the cemetery item, and we are open and looking forward to hear all of you out. I just want to inform the public that if you are here to speak on it, we are waiting for our staff to provide us options. I do know that they are working on it. Is that correct, Mr. Mack? Yes, I got a head nod. All right, so next speaker, we do have 2 podiums. We can always go back and forth. All right, and state your name when you're ready and begin. 1 second. Where's the timer? There we go. All right.
Thank you. Pastor Richard Dames, P.O. Box 990, Boynton Beach, Senior Pastor, Hopewell Missionary Baptist Church in Boynton Beach, also the President of Boynton Beach Coalition of Clergy. Mr. Mayor, members of the dais, tonight I stand with and on behalf of clergy and community residents who are frustrated and angry as it relates to the lack of space to lay their loved ones to rest. Residents who are looking to lay their loved ones to rest at the cemetery on Woolbright and Seacrest are being told if they don't have a prepaid plot, there is no available space to bury them. We have residents who was born and raised in this city We have residents who have family and friends who are buried in the same cemetery. I also have family and friends who have been laid to rest there. And suffice to say, those of us who are still alive when the time comes for us to leave this place, unfortunately, none of us will be able to be laid to rest there either. So tonight we come seeking answers from our elected leaders as to what is the solution. Is there a solution? And we actually want to know, is there a short time solution? Because death does not discriminate, nor does death wait for us to purchase a new location. Also, if there is to be a new cemetery built, when and where would that take place? I pray that each and every one of you understands the severity of the delay in this matter. We also would like to know if there are plans to expand the cemetery on Woodbright and Seacrest, as we understand that the baseball field is there, has been there. Perhaps there are no plans to move the baseball field. And if that's the case, are we at a point in this city that we're putting programs over people rather than people over programs? My blessings upon each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to reiterate that our staff is working on this topic, and once we have that information back from our staff, we will absolutely share that with the community. Thank you. Next person.
Mike McCray, 806 Northwest 4th Street, Boynton Beach, Florida. Yes, your staff is working on it because I worked with them to date. Let's fast forward. When Commissioner, the representative District 2 was elected, he stood up in a meeting and told us that you all was looking for land out west. I conferred with staff. It wasn't given any information by go look for land out west. You all have been leading us on. There's no land out west. And staff told me out of their own mouth that they was not told to go to look for land out west. So I hope if they're going to bring information to us, they bring the correct information to us. We have tonight Mr. Darrell Johnson from Johnson Memorial, and also Mr. Randy Strong from Strong and Son Funeral Home. Ladies and gentlemen, the burying of the dead is a crisis now in Boynton. I met with Mr. Mack today. I rode around and I showed him what we can get, like about 400 spaces. And somebody stated that I did not do anything about spaces when I was on the dais. I begged the difference. I replotted the city of Boynton, the one that we're talking about where y'all want to expand. I'm not looking for credit. I just want people to be honest when they put out information. I was responsible for planning it and getting 400 more spaces. I rode with Mr. Mack today, and guess what? If we did what we're supposed to do, what we have with the cemeteries now, we can get close to about 600. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Mark here, George, 2615 Northeast 3rd Court. I want to piggyback on something Commissioner Hay brought up. We need to mentor the youth in leadership. Now, this is something that I've done most of my life as an adult. Give you some prime examples. Crystal Valentine. From 14 on, I always encouraged her to be the best at whatever she did. She is now an educator. She was an educator, and now she's working for a bank as an administrator. Amos Jackson III. You might have heard him. He's Barack Obama's personal assistant. And Miles Blackman. If you've ever had the pleasure of seeing Miles perform, he can capture an audience like Sinatra or the Beatles. He is that good, and he's only 12 years old. He can sing, he can dance, he can act. He's been in Promosa School of the Arts, and he is one of their outstanding students. And now he's going to be going to middle school, and he's going to be great there too. And that's a name you're going to hear of someday when you're watching TV and see him on the tube, okay? We have good quality youth in this city. What they need is encouragement and direction in leadership. Because when they get that encouragement, they soar to heights that you can't even imagine. I mean, when Amos was 14, I never thought that he would graduate from Howard University with a bachelor's in political science and then go on to Harvard Divinity and get his master's in divinity. And now working for, he's worked for Kamala Harris, and he's now currently working for former President Obama. When he was 14, I could never imagine that. But I did see in him a tremendous amount of potential. And our youth in this city, there's a tremendous amount of untapped talent in so many ways. And we need to encourage it, and we need to have a leadership program for that youth so that they become the future leaders. Okay?
Thank you. Next speaker, state your name for the record and begin when you're ready.
Rob Jager. I'm from Lakeside Harbor, 630 Lakeside Harbor. I just wanted to come to announce that there's a special event coming up this Saturday, and I invite you, people that are listening, what have you, that at the FOE on Federal Highway, we're trying to revitalize and make the place look a lot nicer. And one of the things that they said is we need hands. We need people to help us paint our building. And so they've got the paint, they've got the brushes, they've got the ladders, they got the things. They just need hands. So I'm asking that anybody who would like to attend this Saturday morning, 8 a.m., we'll spend a few hours, we'll do some painting, we'll make it look nice, and then we'll turn around, we'll have a couple of drinks and food and have some fun. So I just wanted to share everybody, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Good evening. State your name for the record and begin when you're ready.
My name is Evangeline Ward. I am native Boyntonian. I was born and raised here. My grandparents moved here in 1923. And in the midst of everything, I know they've, gave us the nod that they're looking for properties and everything, to make sure for cemeteries and everything. But when I scan and I look at the program tonight and everything, and I don't want to get ahead of anybody, but in the area of said unfinished business, a $25 million bond issue. And it says for acquisition, construction, rehabilitation, equip of new existing recreation facilities and parks. Now, if we can have a bond issue to get all of that situated, and it's very vague because it's not telling us what area is going to be improved or whatever, because in the midst of the 25 million, one person can take the whole, at least 23 million, and then the others, it's not divvy up, correctly. But my thing is, if we can do all of this and prepare for parks, for recreation, for all of this, let's make sure we do more than that to bury our dead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Suzanne Ross, Schoolhouse Children's Museum. I thought I'd give you a little bit of an update. With the holidays right around the corner, the museum has many things planned to celebrate the season. Beginning next week, we have myriad activities, including Hanukkah celebration on December 12th. Susie Hammer, professional storyteller as Trixie, the Holiday Pixie, presented under the banyan tree in partnership with the city's library, and underwritten, sponsored by the Cultural Council of Palm Beach County on the 13th. Fabulous Fun Friday with a visit from the Grinch on the 15th. Gingerbread cookie decorating on the 20th. Holiday Kids Music Circle on the 21st. Fabulous Fun Friday on December 22nd, the night before Christmas. Winter Wonderland on the 27th. Kwanzaa celebration on the 28th. And we wrap up the new year with a celebration on the 29th. We're tired, we're happy, we have fun. The new year brings not only more special activities as the winter break winds up, but we also have Museum Family Fun Day on Saturday, January 27th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. at Centennial Park. Underwritten by the State of Florida Department of Arts and Culture, the Cultural Council of Palm Beach County, Publix Supermarkets Charities, Guardians Credit Union, and others, we expect another great turnout and celebrate arts and culture in Boynton Beach, fictional characters and real superheroes, our police, firefighters, and our military. The Board of Directors and staff at the Schoolhouse Children's Museum wish everyone a very happy holiday, and we thank you for your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for all of your hard work. Next speaker, state your name for the record and begin when you're ready.
Hi, Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach, Florida. Bringing up a topic no one has brought up tonight, the mangrove situation. When the city approved that project, and this is before any of you would, Commissioner Hay, I know you were not on the dais at the time, but the mangroves behind where's now the McDonald's was supposed to be handed to the city. Is 2018. Some of you were sitting here, Andrew, you were working here at the time. This land never got transferred to the city. This was supposed to be given to us to be protected. I'm hearing from people who live back in that area that look out off their balcony and see the mangroves being cut down and destroyed, which the last I knew was a federal violation. And I'm wondering how they're getting away with it. And I'm wondering what the city's doing to get our mangrove land that belongs to us, because the developer even said during the commission meeting on video that we would get this land. Where's it at? And this destruction needs to stop either way. The Army Corps of Engineers delayed this as much as they possibly could. We do not need those apartments that guy wants to build here. This needs to stop. This is 3 different types of mangroves that are protected, that are not supposed to be touched. I would also make the suggestion that maybe we should be, if we're going to put park money out there, maybe make a boardwalk and make some kind of park, because there is a lot of rare plants back in there, because those of you who have been here long enough know that Merkle orchids used to be in the area. And so I'm guessing there's quite a few, and my understanding is there actually is quite a few beautiful plants that got tossed back there that survived, and that might make a beautiful attraction for us to have that would be different than anyone else in the state of Florida. Not to mention we need it for Vice Mayor Turkin's project to redo the coral. I also want to throw out there that we need to be looking, as we're moving forward on the mall, we desperately need industrial space in our city. Desperately. Industrial space equals dollars, equals high paying paychecks. We should be looking at that. We should be looking at offices. I work part-time for NYU Langone. They just bought the old mall in Garden City and converted it to a massive medical hub, bringing countless millions of dollars in jobs in and bringing people to that area. So there's lots of options. Not that I want to get rid of our Macy's and Penny's. I like going there and shopping, but the rest of the mall can be reconfigured, and start thinking about some of the options. Don't look at more apartments. We absolutely do not need them. You want workforce housing, you need to be putting condos in, people. That is workforce housing. That gets people on the property ladder. Thank you for your time, and please look into the mangrove situation.
Thank you. All right, next speaker. State your name for the record and begin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Monica Roundtree-Cleckley. I'm native Boynton Beach, born and raised here. I too stand to talk about this issue. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to look this way. That's very important to me, which is this cemetery. About 3 years ago, one of my relatives passed away, and it was my job to call the city of Boynton to try to get a plot for him. It was only to my dismay at that time when I called that they told me there was no more availability, but the young lady told me then that they were working on getting more land. This is almost 3 years ago, to expand so we can bury our dead, because I'm like, okay, well, I need to jump on it because I would like to be buried in Boynton. Then the other issue that we end up having is when we have to go other places, they're raking up the costs to bury us in other places. $7,000, $10,000 to go to another cemetery because they know we can't go there if we're residents of Boynton Beach. We can't go to Delray Beach. And so it's really a pressing issue. It really is a sentimental issue. And it's really important that if I pass away, I've been born here, I went to school here, I worked here, I came back here once I got married. I would like to be buried in my city. And so whatever the resolution is, I'm just asking that you all don't drop the ball, that someone really does truly follow through to make sure that our residents, our loved ones, when they do pass away, that they have a place to go to be buried, that we can go visit them. And even now in our cemetery, when we go to visit our loved one, it's kind of bananas. Like you have to, there's like one way in, one way out, like it's bananas. And I had to call the city because my aunt's grave was dirty, like no one even cared. And so we just have to remember that we love our loved ones. It's hard to get out there to walk around. I don't know if you guys have walked around out there because now it's real tight, but we really need to honor our dead, have a place where we can go to visit them, to see them, that is respectable, it's honorable, and it's done with integrity. So please, commissioners, city workers, whomever it is, don't drop the ball. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
My name is Katie Mellon. It's about the cemetery. I went out there last week and it needs cleaning up. Does the city pay someone to clean the cemetery? Because the stones are all broken, glasses, I mean, you can cut your feet out there. It's just terrible. So I would like for someone to clean the cemetery up because it's awful. My next problem is I was here about 2 months ago complaining about the Boynton police officers not coming down Southwest 28th Avenue. Are you all short of police officers? Because I still don't see any. People will not park in their driveway. They just park in the streets. And you can't go down the streets because cars are all blocking the street. So I would like to have something done about it if you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christy Ward. I am a Boynton resident. I was born and raised here all my life. And I do understand, I've been hearing, because I pay attention to what people say. And I do hear that you're going to reiterate that you got people working on it. But I also heard the young lady that said that she spoke about this and found out there was no plots available 3 years ago. And so that makes that 2020. And we're now here in 2023, getting ready to go into 2024. And there's still not enough plots for Boynton residents. And we're going to be charged at the wazoo if we go anywhere else. So what that's telling me is, like, we just keep sweeping this on the rug. We can make a dog park. We can do this. We can do that. Human beings are very important to us. And what we get in this misconception is like we have all the time in the world. You can live here your whole life and you can die right now and still won't be able to be buried here. So this is something that is very, very prominent, and it hits me hard because my dad was born and raised in Boynton and he served this country. So if my mom passed away, she can't even be in there with him. My grandma's there. If I pass away tonight, I can't even be there. So where are my kids gonna go? Where are we gonna go? So the thing is, it's like, if it's been 3 years and you've already dropped the ball, yeah, I mean, at this point, the ball is just rolling down the road right now. Nobody's picking it up. So we need to make sure that we are pre-doing things, and you got all this money, let's put it towards what we need. You know, there's a necessity here. There's not, oh, we just got to keep pushing this off. Stop pushing this off. Let's do this thing, because our residents, we ain't going nowhere, okay? So we pay our taxes here. We do what we're supposed to do here. I really do think that this is something that y'all should take to heart, because if your children decide to be here, if anybody in your family decides to be here, this is very important. We can't keep pushing this off. 3 years going almost into 4 years, that's a long time. 365 days times 4. And we still haven't done anything? Shame.
Thank you. Next speaker. State your name for the record as always and begin when you're ready.
Okay, my name is Brother Victor Norfus. I am a member of the Historical Preservation Board. I'm also a Black African historian. The Unity Project that's going on this year, first one that's going to be done is the Black Seminole Reunion, which is on January 13th. All goes back to Barton Cemetery. So I'll give you a historical reason why you need to clean that up. When the city was first made, there was a cemetery downtown, Black Cemetery. What they did was they took the headstones and they put them where the Indian cemetery is, and it's now a parking lot. What they did was the Indians lived behind, as I stated before, but what I'm finding out is that they were all black Indians. There was a tribe called Chachi, which I mentioned before, which was the first tribe village in Palm Beach County. The chief, they called him Chief Chachi. What he did was he took them to a ship where they came in on at Spanish River. There is the history of the Chachi people is that they are the oldest continuous tribe in the Americas. But briefly, they sailed from Ecuador to Boca. They fought the Spanish, and prior to that, they had sailed to Guatemala. Prior to that, they fought the Incans and lost. Chachi is not a name. Chachi is the chief of a tribe. She is the people. Before birth of Christ, BC, they lived high in the Andes. They were a large famine, and the people in the valleys, they called wild ones, were eating their children and their women. There was no real tribe at that time. So what they did was they got together, called themselves, went down, and killed all the cannibals. That is history in the Andes. That did happen.
Just letting you know you have about 30 seconds.
So that's how they became the people. They don't have a name. She is the people. Bottom line is they settled in Boynton. You put other people's black cemeteries there and a garbage dump. We need to restore it. We're coming on January 13th. Hopefully it'll be good by then. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Harry Woodworth, Boynton Beach, Florida. Just a couple of things. So I wanted to talk about the bond a little bit, but the only thing I know about the bond is it's here tonight. It's $50 million. Going to have about 36 million in interest. If somebody could tell us what the interest rate was, and I don't think anybody in North America can do that right now. It's 30 years long. Most of us won't be here in 2054. Well, the poor people are still here paying for that baby. A couple of things I do know beside that is bonds are supposed to be for long-term capital things. Roads, bridges, parks, buildings, things like that. The key thing is that they should still be there longer than the people are paying for them. That would be good. Bonds are definitely not for software, annual services, routine maintenance, and basic equipment replacement that are all budget items everywhere on the planet. Okay, that's really all I know about the bonds. And it's maybe just put our cards on the table here, folks. This is a mess. How it got here doesn't matter. Who did what to who doesn't matter. There's a procedure for these things. The city has done this right in the past. I know they can do it right in the future, and maybe we could just get this one right. Where were the priority lists that this stuff was picked from? When you look at the list of things that end in the word improvement with no scope of work, no costs, no benefit ratios, nothing. And yet we're going to stand here tonight and we're going to pick from that list of unprioritized, uncosted, unscoped. And by the way, you can't cost anything that doesn't have a scope of work. Nobody can do that. Nobody on the planet Earth can cost something without a scope of work. And if you think you can, you're special. And you're going to sit here tonight and we're going to pick from that list of unprioritized, unscoped, uncosted things. Come on, really? And I mean, without throwing any rocks at anybody, could we just put this thing back in the box, take it back to where it came from and do it right? And give the people in this city a chance to understand what $50 million plus another 40 in interest charges is going to look like, and why it's going to be there, and what it's going to do for them, and why it's going to last longer than the payments. I mean, let's just do it right. I mean, it really doesn't matter how we got here. Nobody has to take the rop. Nobody has to take the political hit. Nobody has to do without their next shiny thing. Let's just go back and do it right. You know how to do that. I know you know how to do that. And I think most of you want to do that if it didn't carry political baggage. So let's can all that other stuff and go back and do what's right for the city, not what's right for our next political appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Hawkins. I am a native of Boynton Beach. I am going to talk about the cemetery. I would like to be buried there. My mom, my dad, my nephews, everybody else is there. I played at that park on Woodbright.
1 second, ma'am. I'm going to ask to just pause your time. If for those whoever has their phone ringing, please put that on silent. Handled? All right. All right. You may continue.
As I was saying, I played ball on that park, and I believe that if we can expand that cemetery, it would be a blessing to this community because this community is what pay the taxes. And I think we should have somewhere to go. On the flip side, you know, I was here. I'm the one that live off a minor road who never got a light. I never got my light yet. They never came and put light in my community. Now, I know you saw earlier on last week where one of the residents where a pole broke down on Minor Road and it was left in her yard and the voltage. That's my street too. Now, immediately, FPNL came out and they fixed that because it was high voltage. It's not about the high voltage. I need light in my community. And I've called, and FPNL say it's not a county situation, it's the city of Boynton. I live on the side for the city of Boynton, not on the side for the county. So I really would like that to be fixed in our area. And please, please, Reverend Hay, take District 2 and think about some of the things, because
Ma'am,
most of us
please
that's come, I'm
generalize your
talking to him
comments.
because I talked to him on the phone. I left him a message. So that's why I'm talking to him. So this is not a rock that I'm throwing. I'm talking to him. I'm not belittling him. Neither am I putting
Thank
him
you.
down. But what I was saying to him is the same message I left on the phone that I never got a response. So we voted you guys in and we're expecting you to do something great for us. Amen? Because we're your community.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Seems like the volume's down a little. My name is Tom Warnke, 9939 Seacrest Circle in Boynton. And I'm here to speak about your pending decision on the Lakeside Harbor property and the Harbor K development. We moved to Lakeside Harbor in 1964, and I lived there for more than 35 years, so I know that street pretty well. It's directly across from Boynton Inlet. And I've got 3 comments about your pending approval of the change in the amount of units and also approval of the development itself. The first comment I have is most of that street is in the flood zone. When you add more water running down Lakeside Harbor, especially during king tides, you're going to have a lot more flooding. If that development causes more flooding on Lakeside Harbor, I don't live there anymore, but I really feel for the 10 homeowners that do live there who are already experiencing flood problems. Tonight, you're approving the Southeast Florida Regional Climate Compact, and I wonder whether the city staff or the developer has addressed or even made mention of where the high water line is going to be in 2050 and whether or not that development accounts for that. I spent about 2 hours with the plans today. By the way, it's on page 1650 in the agenda backup. It takes a while to scroll down to that. But you guys you're charged with doing that every month. So that's my first comment. The second comment is the deeds to all those property owners have access to the Lake Worth Lagoon. I don't know if those 25 new owners are going to have access to that dock and lake. By the way, the dock's in danger. You approved a permit to have it taken down. The drainage from that property needs to be kept on the property. That's pretty much state statute. If there's somehow the plans can have a built-in speed bump or platform that's 18 inches high to keep the water from that development from running down Lakeside Harbor, that may mitigate the problem. If not, you're going to have a lot of flooding on that street. And especially if a storm comes and you've got 10 inches of rain, it's not just going to come halfway up the street. All those ground floor homes are going to be flooded. So please take that in consideration. Maybe ask for the planners or the developer to have a stipulation so that none of that water runs down Lakeside Harbor. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, in-person speaker.
Good evening, Justin Johnson, Marketing and Outreach Manager for the city here of Boynton Beach. Just want to make everybody on the commission as well as the audience aware that on Thursday, December 7th, the same day as the Pearl Harbor ceremony, we will be having the ribbon cutting for the reopening of the playground at Wilson Park, which is 225 Northwest 12th Avenue. That will begin at 3:30 p.m. So just invite as many people as can attend to attend the event as we reopen the playground at Wilson Park. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, last call for in-person public comments. All right, I see one more person, and after which we will go to those online.
Hi, Ernest McNulty, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Boynton Beach, Florida, condo 407, known as Harbor Hall Inlet Club. I moved in there 3 years ago. I just want to say I'm here tonight, and that's basically all I want to say.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to those online. IT, could you tell me how many people are here present online?
Mayor, there are 31 online.
Let me rephrase my question. How many have their digital hands raised?
Mayor, there are no digital hands raised.
All right, with that. With that, you ready for it? Public comments are now closed. We're going to continue with the agenda. Section 5, administrative. You see how the importance of clarifying your words? Administrative, 5A, this is the 2024 City Commission calendar of meetings. And before I move on, can I just say, for those of you that came to speak about the cemetery item, as soon as we receive information from our staff, we will absolutely share that with you. And I am sorry to hear that it's taken so long, but I do know that we have good, hardworking people in our city staff. And as I mentioned, we will get it out as soon as we get it. All right. Thank you. 5A, 2024 City Commission calendar of meetings. I'm going to turn to my colleagues for if there's any discussion about the proposed calendar. I did receive a request from staff to strike. Let me pull up the exact calendar. I don't want to get the wrong date. Well, the Word doc is having. Yeah, you have it. The Word doc is giving me some issues here. But if I'm not mistaken, the request I received from staff was to strike the January 2nd, 2024 meeting from the calendar. I want to turn to my colleagues if there's any objections to striking that from the list. Let's go around the dais. Commissioner Cruz, let's begin with you and let's go around.
No objections for me.
No objections, Vice Mayor?
When you say strike, we're eliminating that meeting completely, or we're going to reschedule it to a different day?
Well, I'd like to hear from all of you. So the
Okay.
recommendation from staff was to strike it altogether. If there's enough of you that want to reschedule it, that is a conversation that we could have. We don't even have to hash out the exact date. We still have one more meeting next in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After
So,
that date, what is
so for now,
January 2nd.
January 2nd is the request staff made to strike from the list. Vice Mayor,
Yeah, my preference is to reschedule.
to reschedule. All right. And Commissioner Cruz, while we're on this topic, is it you're comfortable with rescheduling, just striking altogether? What's your preference?
If we can condense the items at a future meeting to one meeting, I would be in favor of just striking the meeting.
Of condensing. It's hard for me to determine that. I suppose that's something that city staff is going to have to answer. City manager, is that something you can anticipate the volume of items that's coming up on the agenda? Perhaps you know that now, or if you're unsure, we still have one more meeting again on the 19th.
No, we'll be able to compress the items.
We'll be able to compress them.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
and
It won't be an issue.
If there's any changes, let us know at the next meeting.
Right.
All right. So, all right, now I know where we stand. Commissioner Hay?
reschedule?
Reschedule.
Yes.
And Commissioner Kelly? Are you comfortable with staff recommendation to strike? And if you are you comfortable leaving just one meeting in January or rescheduling that January 2nd meeting?
I'm kind of indifferent. I could go either, I mean, I guess if staff doesn't feel, if
if the second meeting in January doesn't end up being a very lengthy one, then I would be fine eliminating it. But I also don't want to run into where we have hours and hours long meeting where we could have rescheduled the first one. And so I'm just, that's my concern, is that it's also the first week of January. If we reschedule it, are we then doing it the second week of January? And then we're having 3 meetings within a week. So between CRA and then our second commission meeting. So
that is correct. So if we look in January, currently it's January 2nd. There is a meeting on the 8th for the CRA. You are correct.
right.
And so Vice Mayor and Commissioner, I know both of you are comfortable with rescheduling. If we do reschedule, are you comfortable with rescheduling to that week of the 8th? So there's a,
But then
We're in-
then we have Palm Beach County days.
oh,
So I really think we need to
Just
just
good
eliminate it.
Good
and-
point.
Because,
Or did-
because then we have, I mean, that first week of January is the new year. And so then the following week is Palm Beach County days. We already rescheduled the CRA meeting to a different day. So I think
All
we're,
right.
I
I
am,
think I have clarity here now. Strike with no rescheduling, strike with no
I changed
rescheduling.
my vote.
Okay,
Okay, because I didn't think about Palm Beach County Day and.
we have a
and
conflict
some
there
of the other
anyways.
things that's going on.
Okay,
right
all right, Vice Mayor.
I'm gonna stick with what I said. We didn't have a meeting last time. We're behind. There's things that were pushed, and we just heard from the public that, things are taking so long, and things take so long because they need our approval, they need our judgment. And so I'm gonna stick with my guns. I think we can reschedule to later in the first week or find another time. But that's where I'm at.
So as it stands, there's already a majority of us, Commissioner Kelly, Hay, and Cruz, who've stated that we're going to continue to strike it with no rescheduling. If there's any changes from staff that we absolutely have to have 2 meetings in January, please let us know December 19th in that meeting so we can amend our decision, all right? But for now, I'm going to stick with the majority. We're going to strike it with no rescheduling, all right? But keep us updated in the next meeting, City Manager. Is there anything else on this calendar that my colleagues would like to discuss?
Mayor.
Yes,
I can
is that you,
clarify.
Catherine?
Yes, Catherine Montos, Assistant City Manager. Just to clarify, this schedule reflects works around all of the conferences that you will have. So Palm Beach County Days, the IEMO, which I don't know what that acronym stands for, Florida League of Cities, the International Economic Development Conference, FRA, and National League of Cities are all accounted for, and the meetings do not conflict with any of those.
As presently presented, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I think what Commissioner Kelly was saying is if we would move the January 2nd meeting to the following week, I should say, that'll conflict with Palm Beach County. What are the days of Palm Beach County days?
January 9th and 10th.
Yes, for sure, it'll conflict if we
And then
move
the
the following
other,
week.
the other clarification is that the September dates may be altered depending on when the county releases their budget dates, which we won't know until March. So that's the only change I see happening
Right.
for the rest
All
of the
right.
dates.
Well, we can always amend the calendar at another point in time. The only thing I want to throw into the conversation, not to make this more complicated, is that there is technically another Tuesday in this month. Yes, there's 5 Tuesdays in this month. But Commissioner Kelly, let's make this final comment so we can move on. Yes, Commissioner.
I just wanted to piggyback or ask staff to make sure, and I looked very thoroughly. I compared it to the Palm Beach County school calendar, but making sure that we're not conflicting with any holidays, Jewish holidays, Christian holidays. I looked it over to make sure, but I just want to make sure that staff put their eyes on it as well so that we're not last minute canceling meetings.
Absolutely. And again, if we catch anything, we can always bring this up again.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? That's it. May I have a motion to approve the 2024 commission meeting schedule with the amendment of striking January 2nd, 2024 from the list?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And we have a second motion made by Commissioner Hayes, second made by Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes item 5A. We're now moving to item 5B. There were 2 community support fund requests, one from Vice Mayor Turkin and Commissioner Hay. Let's address first the request from Vice Mayor Turkin. Are there any objections to Vice Mayor Turkin's request for allocation? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
All right, there's a motion, a second. All those in favor to approve the allocation request from Vice Mayor Turkin say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to the allocation request by Commissioner Hay. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve Commissioner Hay's allocation request?
So move.
We have a motion and a second. Second came from Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes item 5A. We are now moving on to item 12A. Let me bring that up. Item 12A is proposed ordinance number 23-021. It is a first reading. I'm going to turn to our city attorney and city clerk to read the item into the record.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending the Land Development Regulations, Chapter 2, Land Development Process, Article 6, Impact and Selected Fees, to amend Section 2 to adopt a comprehensive impact fee schedule for police facilities, adopting an impact fee study for police facilities, amending Section 9 to create an impact fee schedule for police facilities, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
All right, thank you for that, City Clerk, Deputy City Clerk. I'm going to turn now to staff for their presentation. I see Ms. Radigan is here. And if IT could please pull up the PowerPoint to take us through it.
Good evening. Good evening, Amanda Radigan, Planning and Zoning Director. This item was collaborated on by a couple of different departments in the city. Both planning and the police departments worked together with this. The city retained Ref Tellis Financial Consultants to help prepare a impact fee analysis, which is what you will be hearing today from Sean Ocasio. He has been the project manager on Ref Tellis' team. The item in front of you accepts the study as backup to an ordinance which adopts its recommendations. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Sean to give the presentation, and afterwards, both myself, Chief DiGiulio, and Matt Zeller will be here for questions.
All right, thank you. And Sean, please approach the podium. And I'm going to ask if you could, can you get the presentation done in 10 minutes?
I can.
All right. I will let you know when you have 2 minutes remaining on the clock and then 30 seconds just so you can pace yourself. And this way we will have plenty of time for questions and comments. All right. Give me 1 second to set the timer.
Yes, sir.
All right. Begin when you're ready.
Okay. For the record, I'm Sean Ocasio. I'm with Ref Tellis Financial Consultants, and I appreciate you all having me here this evening to talk about the study. What I was going to do through the course of this presentation was give a little bit of background on impact fees. I know we covered that earlier this summer when we did the Parks and Recreation impact fee, but just a little bit of rehashing of some of that material because it's a little, dated in our minds. From there, I'll go over a little more background on impact fees, legal criteria, things of that nature, the major study assumptions, and go from there into our process and then the actual proposal before you. I don't know if the thing is working.
I'm going to pause the timer. And if the remote doesn't work, we can always just say next and somebody can press on the keyboard. Oh, did it work? Is that the remote or the keyboard?
That me? Okay.
Okay. I think there was a delay because a bunch of slides just passed through. All right, I'll resume the timer.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the purpose for the study was to establish the basis for the police impact fees. So a little bit of background on impact fees. These are fees that are paid by new development. These aren't paid by existing residents. This is new growth that's paying for these fees. And these are used to pay for growth-related facilities and major equipment associated with the needs generated by that growth coming to the city. One thing that's important about these fees is that having them in place at an adequate level make sure that there's not an overburdening of existing residents covering those costs. So to the extent we have these fees right-sized and in place, growth can pay its own way in terms of those expansion-related capital costs for the police department. As you know, the city currently does not charge police impact fees, And it's a good capital practice to have this funding source to go for new growth. Again, making sure that growth is paying for its impacts to the city. A little bit of background on the legal considerations. The basis for impact fees and their related criteria are established in the Florida statutes and associated case law. There's the Florida Impact Fee Act that was created in 2006. It was subsequently amended in 2009, 2011, 19, and most recently in 2021. You may recall from the presentations in the summer, there were certain adjustments to the impact fee statute that caused the extraordinary circumstances that we had to have additional meetings for in order to pass the Parks and Recreation fee. Because the police impact fee would be for first-time implementation, a lot of those hoops that we had to jump through, they don't apply. So it's a little simpler and more streamlined for implementation process. Some additional legal considerations that the statute requires. The fees must be based on recent and localized data. So they have to be based on your data. It has to be recent. And that's what we've done in the course of the study. We have your recent asset data, capital data, personnel data, calls, etc. There's some other items. I won't list them all here, but there are some of the changes in the impact fee related to fee maximums and fee phasing. There's a 90-day grace period that's required from when the fee is adopted to when it can actually be collected. There are certain other requirements. Any administrative charges that are levied have to be based on actual costs. And these fee revenues and expenses have to be recorded in their own separate fund. They can't be mingled in any sort of general fund. They have to be in their own separate accounting. Some additional criteria when it comes to the fees. They must be reasonably equitable to all parties. There is what's called a dual rational nexus test. Essentially what that relates to is that the impact fees must be based on the capital cost requirements anticipated for providing service and then to new development. And then those monies then have to be spent on those growth projects. So that's the link between the design of the fee and the usage of the fee revenues. The fees must be based on reasonable levels of service and they must be adopted by ordinance. One important thing to note is that these fees are only to be used for expansion-related capital costs. You can't use them to fund operations or any sort of deficiencies that you have. It's only for new growth-related capital. In terms of the overall fee calculation methodology, there's a number of moving parts to it. We look at a forecast of population and dwelling units so that we have the growth estimates over time for which you're going to be providing service. We look at the existing provided and targeted levels of service for the department in terms of officers per thousand. We also look at existing investment in the department in terms of assets, and then the planned future investment in assets to cover growth. We then allocate costs between residential and non-residential. And this is an important differentiation from Parks and Recreation. You may recall from the summer, the Parks impact fee is only charged to residential development, whereas police impact fees are charged to both residential and non-residential new development. And then an important thing is these fees are calculated on a per unit basis that is uniquely designed based on their property type. And the way we differentiate that is through something called the functional population approach. It's a little messy, but essentially what we're trying to account for is where people spend their time. So the idea being different non-residential and residential land uses have different demands for police services. Well, how do we quantify that? So we look to transportation and trip generation data as a part of that, where people are going to and coming from. And the idea there, coupled with employment data and other demographic data for the city, is we create an approximation of where people spend their time in order to develop these weighting coefficients that we then use to differentiate the fees. And the reason for this is, to give an example, I guess a simple one, if you were to have a 20,000 square foot supermarket, that's going to have a lot of traffic through it. There's going to be a lot of people coming in and going. There's going to have a lot of employees on staff. There's going to be a lot of potential need for police service. Whereas if you had a warehouse of equivalent size, there's going to be a lot less traffic going through that location, and the odds are that there's going to be a lot less need for services there. So we try to account for the demand between the property types by using that trip generation and other data. As I mentioned a moment ago, we start with a service area forecast. As you can see on the slide in front of you, the population as of the close of 2022 is about 82,000. Based on the projections that we have provided by the city and developed with them, by fiscal year 2040, it's going to about 92,400 roughly. That's a growth of about 13% between now and then. So we look at the population side, we look at the dwelling units, which we grow at an equivalent rate, and we also look at your occupancy factors. And the reason for that is that's one of those other weighting factors I mentioned a moment ago in terms of persons per unit between residential properties versus multifamily properties. So with respect to level of service, what I'll note here is that the city currently targets a level of service of about 2.1 officers per 1,000 residents. Currently, as of the date of the study at least, the city was providing about 1.98 officers per 1,000, so very close to its target, essentially almost 2. And that level of service is comprised of about, at least at the time, 231.5 FTE positions in the department, 162 officers that are included in the service level calculation, and 69.5 additional administrative and supportive positions that aren't included in there. So for the purposes of the fee calculation, while the target is at a 2.1, we base it based on what the city is actually currently providing, so to make sure that we're not accounting for any service deficiency. So we're basing the fee off of the 1.98 I mentioned a moment ago. And that relates to a need of sworn positions by 2027, about 169 positions at that point in time. And I'll come back to that in just a moment. So after we looked at the staffing, the level of service, and we looked at the population, the other thing we look at is your existing investment in the department as well as your planned future investment in the department. Currently, there's about $28.5 million invested in the police department. That's equipment, that's vehicles.
2 minutes
fleet.
remaining.
Understood. And other associated facilities. Of that, some of the impact fee statute restricts what we can include in the fee. So we can't include small, short-lived equipment, so we can only include longer-term items. So when we look at that, that's about, of that 28.5 million, we can include about 26.5. Then commensurately for the capital improvement plan, there's about $14.2 million in planned projects. Again, we can't include small equipment-related items, and we have to be mindful of that. When we allocate for those items, of that 14.2 million, about 7 million is included in the fee calculation there. And we also do account for grants being netted out against that. So in terms of total assets included in the preliminary part of the calculation is about 33 million, but from there we scale it down to just the window of the CIP. Getting a little technical, I'm trying to go fast, so I apologize. But essentially about $24 million is what's included in the fee calculation when we adjust for scale. In the interest of time, what this slide is just essentially demonstrating is the calculation process, how we take the capital costs that I mentioned just a moment ago and allocate them going forward using those factors that I mentioned, the time weighting, et cetera, to get to the fee on a per unit basis, which we have our proposed fees here. You'll see that for a residential single family home, fee per dwelling unit, $450 per unit. For multifamily, for buildings with 2 to 4 units, $416 per unit. And for residential property for 5+ units, $365 per unit. That's scaled again by those occupancy factors I mentioned a moment ago. And then with respect to the non-residential fees, right now I have them, they're shown on a per 1,000 square foot basis. For industrial and warehousing related land uses, that would be $24 per 1,000 square feet. For institutional.
All right, that was your time, but please wrap up.
Sure.
Continue and wrap up.
$56 for institutional, commercial at $650 per 1,000 square feet, office and healthcare $222 or $27, and hotel motel on a per room basis of $349 per square feet. This is just a comparison of how you would stack to other municipalities. One thing I would note here is that what the graph can't show you is just what level of subsidy there might be between these communities, so they might not be showing all the costs there. So in terms of the recommendation, we would recommend that the city consider adopting the full fee level. That's the $450 for single family. And the reason for that, again, I would emphasize is to the extent you have these fees in place and at a right-sized level, it minimizes the potential impact on the community, because whatever is not included in the impact fee, those projects would then have to be funded from other sources like property taxes and so on. So it's not a silver bullet. You know, these fees aren't going to cover everything, but it helps to mitigate that impact to the community.
All right, well, thank you so much, Sean. We appreciate your presentation. Now, we do have the consultant here in front of us. My colleagues, if you have any questions, I do want to ask Chief, did either one of you want to add anything to the presentation? I just want to wait for the Q&A. Okay, all right, let's turn now to the Q&A. If there's any questions for my colleagues, this time I'll begin on my left with Commissioner Kelly, either for the chiefs or the consultant.
Thank you. Is there, I believe we talked about this in the workshop, but is there a way to stagger the implementation of this? Was it this that we talked about? Amanda, did we talk about?
So we did talk about staggering implementation in regards to the park impact fees. This situation is slightly different since we are establishing a new fee. The thought was that if we establish a new fee, state statute does say that we would have to wait 4 years in order to update that fee. So in this situation, staff did not recommend a phased implementation while we did with the park impact fees.
Okay, great. Thank you. I don't have any questions right now. I'll
All right,
defer.
thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hay?
The population growth, you use city data? Is that what you use to project the growth? I think in some 18 years or so, you projecting we'll be over 10,000 above where we are. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I believe the projection was provided and relayed through the county for the city.
How does it
And-
relate to what the county projections are?
The population counts are based on the census data
Okay,
and census tracks.
I'm sure I will have some further questions on this as I study it a little bit more, but the average cost for single families home on an annual basis is in what ballpark?
So it's important to know that this is an impact fee, so it is not reoccurring. It happens once when the house is built, and it's usually at the cost of the developer or construction. It's paid at the time of permitting. So it's not a tax in any way.
I've heard that before, but I understand what you're
Well,
saying.
legally,
You know,
it's
a
not a
one-time
tax.
thing, you know, like just like fire assessment, right? Yeah.
No, not like a fire assessment. So fire assessment, I'm not going to call it a tax. I don't know what the legal term is, but that is reoccurring. Impact fees per state statute are a one-time fee at the time of development, and they can only be used for the impact of that property on whatever you're charging for. So we have a park and rec impact fee. New development comes in, we need more parks. It's the development's responsibility to pay for that impact. New homes are built, new commercial is built. It is their responsibility to build for the impact to our police force.
Thank you, I knew that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to turn now to Vice Mayor for any questions for Amanda or Sean.
No questions, just some comments for when we get there. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Do you want to have your comments now or do you want to wait?
I just want to say thank you for putting this forward, Amanda, Adam. This has been a long time coming. This is something I've been talking with you guys for quite some time, and I'm not 100% sure. I think this was kind of community led. I think someone had brought this up, and as we know, we're going to get really busy here in the next couple of years with development, and so I think this is a huge opportunity to not just play catch up, but be proactive. With public safety. The one thing I want to note is in the presentation, I think I mentioned 1.98 officers where we're currently staffed. That number has changed significantly from when this administration had first, I would say, when we all got on the dais together, I think that number was significantly lower. So I just want to extend, a giant kudos to the police department, Chief DeGiulio, and your staff for getting that number up. I think the national recommendation is around 2.1, and it looks like we're shooting for that 2.1 officers per 1,000 people. And, I think it's important to know that, as we grow, we have to be proactive. We have to continue to get there, and we want to mitigate any burden that we have for the taxpayers. And I think this is a huge opportunity to do that. A lot of these projects moving forward are mixed use And so for their for-profit projects. And so I think this is, again, a great way to offset the cost for our residents, especially in, these gray economic times. So I just want to thank staff for putting this forward. The one question I did have, and I don't know if maybe this is what Commissioner Kelly brought up, was, when we look at the fees, I think it was, is there a way, we did this with the parks fee, is there a way to lower that fee and create an incentive if if the building's done sooner? Or we establish a certain fee within 36 months or 24 months, and then we implement the full amount later. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do. And I do recall we did do that 1 year and 2 year implementation with parks, but that wasn't a new fee being established.
Okay.
So it is my understanding, and City Attorney, please feel free to give an opinion, but it is my understanding that once a fee is established, there are parameters on when you can update that fee. So I think it's a little bit gray on if a phased implementation would be
Is this what
considered
you
an
meant?
update.
The stagger. Okay, that's all I need to know.
Okay.
When Commissioner Kelly said staggering, I just
Yes, the
wasn't
phased
sure if that's what we were talking about the same
implementation.
thing. Okay, that makes sense. But no, thank you again.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Cruz.
Not much to say. I mean, I've gotten some of the questions answered during the agenda review, but I do definitely support this. I think it's important for residents not to pay for the burden, but rather growth paying the impact. So I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we have now heard from the consultant, from staff. We've had our questions asked and answered. This is first reading of the ordinance and such. As such, there is no public comment. If there's nothing else from my colleagues, I'll entertain a motion to approve proposed ordinance number 23-022.
So move.
We have a motion made by Vice Mayor, second made by Commissioner Hay. I'm going to turn now to our Deputy City Clerk. If you could begin the roll call vote.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Turkin,
Yes.
Mayor Pensurga.
Yes.
The vote's 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. This concludes that item. We are now moving on to the amended agenda. The next on the list is item 10A. Let me pull that up. Item 10A is proposed resolution number R23-181. This is the resolution pertaining to the bond item referendum. I want to begin by saying, and we've heard some comments from the public already, that I don't believe the process by which this item has arrived before us is the best or appropriate process that could have occurred. It's so important that if we were to undertake something of this magnitude, that the public be brought in early in the process. And unfortunately, that is not what that occurred. I have spoken, for example, with the mayor of Delray Beach. They passed a successful bond referendum item. And the way they did that was they voted on the resolution in October, if I'm not mistaken. But months prior, all throughout the summer, they educated the public. Everyone was involved. And with that, unfortunately, all I saw, and I believe it was this past Friday at perhaps, 5 o'clock, there was a Facebook post encouraging people to provide some sort of public input. And it was something, and I appreciate, and I heard from staff, Commissioner Cruz, that was your effort. So I want to commend you for making sure that the public was aware. But something of this magnitude requires significant public input, participation, and education. When we fail to bring people in early, instead of becoming partners with the city, they become adversaries. We also don't want misinformation or disinformation to spiral and rumors to spread based on lack of information. And what I have said is, folks, I appreciate your comments, but I have to be honest with you. If I don't know that much about it, I wonder how much you do know about it, right? And that's through no fault of your own, but this is why an education campaign must precede any proposed resolution. Now, I concur, there is no point in throwing anybody under the bus. That is not my intention. My intention is to stop this right now because we need to do this right. If you want to do this, we must have the public input early and often to bring them in as partners. I believe the intentions were good. The intentions was to provide a mechanism where the public can vote on it. It is the public's decision whether or not they want to make this moonshot investment into our cities, whether to improve our public safety or our parks and recreational facilities and infrastructure. So with that, I will leave my comments on that note. I want to ask that if my colleagues do not object, and we will to the idea of putting this aside so we can do this right and not rushing it on the March ballot, that I ask for a motion to table this item.
So move.
We have a motion. Thank you.
Second.
Oh, okay. Is there any further discussion? We have a motion from Vice Mayor, and there is a second from Commissioner Hay. Commissioner Kelly, I do see your hand up.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing this up. This is over the last, couple of weeks that we've, talked about this, and I've spoken to residents, and, I spoke to city staff yesterday and made my position very clear on this bond. And I just want to put it on the record. We have an established CIP, and, my position to staff was we have an established plan or a list of projects. I want to see these ticket items, these big ticket items added to our CIP, and our CIP to really get an overhaul and to reprioritize what's on our CIP, so that this CIP should have been the basis for this bond. Our CIP, the whole point, my understanding of this was, we understand that there's a potential that the surtax is going to expire and that a county may or may not renew it or ask the residents to renew it. And so this was kind of the way it was told to me, was this was going to kind of be the carryover from the surtax. And so if that was the case, then these CIP projects that are sitting there using those surtax funds should have been a priority, or at least reprioritized in this bond proposal. And so, that's my position, and what I asked staff to look at is let's and request is let's look at that CIP and really add the things, and I got a copy of the CIP, and, Fire Station 3 is not on there. The police training facility is not on there. The things that we're proposing be included in this bond are not on our CIP. And so how can we look at the big picture of where, when we get a little pocket of money, that CIP should be prioritized in small projects and mid projects and like our wish list big projects. And so when we get funding, we can make an educated decision on where those funds should go, and look at if we truly are going to have a need when the surtax expires, we should have a basis of, hey, these are the projects that we know are not going to get funded without something.
Commissioner Kelly, you make an excellent point, and I couldn't agree with you more. And that just speaks to the fact that we need to have so much more discussion on this,
right?
So much more legwork and research that needs to be done. I remember, Commissioner Cruz, you had asked for, I don't remember the exact term, but what was it? Risk analysis? But the infrastructure, is that what you said?
I had asked for
Something to do with utilities.
for
Infrastructure overhaul.
an inventory of our infrastructure. And I asked for that in July. We're now in December, and it doesn't appear that we yet have the scope of work for that. So it's a little concerning.
Right. So we know we're not going to be able to pay for everything, but we can't even evaluate and make an educated decision on any bond amount without knowing a full list of not just our wish lists. We all have wish lists, but what are the true needs of the city that are going to live the life of the bond? And that's been one of my positions also, is this isn't like just a free bank account that we can just grab from whenever we need it. This is something that is going to build
Absolutely.
a 30-year fire station, or it's going to build a 30-year infrastructure, revamp. And so, yeah, so I just wanted my position to be on the record. I've talked to staff about it. They know where I'm at, but I'm laying it out there.
I appreciate that, everybody. And like I said, we need to have so much more conversation about this. We want to do this right. We haven't talked about the bond process. How does it really work? What are the interest rates, or how do we predict, and what are expectations? What are the phases, and what would happen in what phase? There has been zero discussion. What about citizen oversight? We haven't discussed how that mechanism would work. It's quite common for other cities to have citizen oversight committee on a bond. There's some sort of oversight. So, I just want to, on that topic, I want to inform the public. I did ask that this city work on creating the position of city auditor to oversee something like this. And here we have a perfect example. It's been months. I've been waiting for it, and I know staff is overwhelmed, and they're doing their best. But I just want to reiterate, I can't be comfortable moving forward with 50 million, 100 million, whatever the amount is, without a city auditor. That needs to come first. With that much money, it is prime for abuse, misuse, and whatever term you want to use. We want to do this right. We want to put safeguards in place. I don't want to rush it and then screw it up. That's the bottom line. Okay. And once we have the information, we can assess collectively as a commission whether or not it's something we should move forward with, not move forward with. Then we can let the public do it. We're just not there yet. All right, Vice Mayor, was that a hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no, Commissioner Kelly brought up a good point, about some of these projects. We're going to have to be able to pay for them somehow, some way. Again, I think, Mayor, you hit it right on the head. This needs to start with the public first. What are those projects going to be? Because you could take this bond and invest it into a revenue driving project that could then in turn in 10, 15, 20 years be profitable and then contribute to the city's general fund, right? Also, for me, at looking at some of these, one of the things that I think is a deep necessity is the fire station 3, right? And I want to support you on that. I just don't think that it's financially responsible, given this economic climate, again, to move forward through this. Maybe in a year, we have some time. Maybe interest rates will go down, and maybe we can look at a 15-year versus 30-year. I think there's a lot of things that we can look at. And again, for me, I know staff's heart is in the right place. And I know staff is just trying to be proactive in order to make sure that if the county does not move forward with renewing the surtax, that they have the ability to continue to fund these CIP projects. Because ultimately, when they're not funded, who are the people going to email and call? It's going to be us, right? So for me, I understand that staff, what they're doing is just protecting what the people's will is, in the sense of what they've been asking for, right? Perfect example, like Commissioner Kelly had brought up, the fire station, or things that the public, and the residents want to see. And so I just think that the rush, for me, my opinion, the rush was well intended to be proactive against the county surtax. And, we have a new administration, and I understand, and, it was well intended. And I do appreciate that this was actually being brought forward via referendum instead of what happened in the past with the prior bond for another project that, we know didn't go too well, and we have debt services for that. And so I admire staff for doing things the right way. I don't want to feel that your hard work wasn't appreciated by any means. But I just don't think at this point in time it's good governing or financially responsible to move forward with this. We can get this done. We'll do it the right way. And I just don't want, I want you to know, staff, that I appreciate, and I know my colleagues appreciate, the work that was into this and the intention of doing this. Next time, we'll just start with the community. So thank you.
All right. I believe that concludes all the comments from the commission. I would like, we already heard a motion and a second. The motion was to table. The second came from Commissioner Hay. I'll open the floor now to public comments on this item, if there's even any. Seeing no one approaching the podium, we do have one person.
You have.
1 second. Let me switch the timer. All right.
Been coming to commission meetings for about 30 some years.
One second, could you state your name for the
I'm
record?
sorry, Harry Woodworth, Boynton Beach. Been coming to commission meetings for about 30 some years, talking and stuff. The last 15 minutes might have been the best commission meeting I've ever attended. Thank you.
Thank you. This is last call for in-person public comments. I see there's one more person.
Thank you. Got disrupted. Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach. I think if this does move forward, yes, I think we do need to have input from the public at the very beginning. I think we need to look at if you're going to continue on this same path, breaking these into separate bonds, because I think people feel one way about fire and police than they feel about something else. I think it needs to be very specific. I mean, you see bonds in big cities and it builds a football stadium. Doing annual repair work that's supposed to be budgeted in, well, maybe you should get rid of those take-home cars and you'll have money to do your general upkeep. So I think bonds are meant for big things, not for little everyday maintenance things. If so, can I throw some things in that I need done around? I would also say, you know, in general, I don't have a huge problem with bonds. I have a problem with how they get rolled out. And do not hire an auditor. We do not need another person on this city payroll, and certainly don't give them a take-home car. What you really need to do is you have a finance committee, or you used to. Why not bring that back? Why not put them in charge of this? You used to have a penny surtax committee. The former mayor, Taylor, was on that committee. There were several people on there. They met one total time, and that was just a waste, which is a shame. But maybe you should look at having a finance committee, you know, oversee something like this, and, you know, put your residents to work so you're actually getting residential input. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, everybody. And let me just say, we're the only major city that does not have an independent city auditor, just FYI. Let's move on to all those online. IT, could you let us know how many people have their digital hands raised, not just present, but actually have their hands raised?
We have one person that has their hand raised.
And who is that person? And can you please unmute them for the person online? Say your name for the record if you wish to speak. Begin when you're ready. I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, since I know you can't see the timer.
Hello, Christine Roberts. Can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
I want to thank you, Mayor, for your decision on not moving forward, and I thank the rest of the commission as well. It was a very, very good decision. And to Commissioner Kelly, you definitely did your homework. The CIP is something that needs to be looked at and planned for. It is a 10-year plan as far as I know, and money for the types of things that were going to be in the bond could be put in a CIP budget. But thank you, Commission, for doing the right thing.
Thank you,
Good
Ms.
evening.
Roberts. Good evening. All right, and I just want to confirm that is in fact the last person.
Yes, Mayor, there are no other virtual hands raised.
Thank you. With that, public comments are now closed. A motion has been made. A second.
I'm sorry,
has been
Mayor.
made.
I'm sorry. I believe the
Yes.
proper motion for this is a motion to postpone, not to table. Table means we
Motion.
won't bring it back up. Motion to postpone.
Okay. All right, motion to postpone it is.
So move.
We have a motion from, again, Vice Mayor. We have a second from Commissioner Hay. All right, all those in favor of postponing this item, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who oppose, say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. The item has been postponed. Thank you. We're now moving on to the next item on the amended agenda, which is 8B. Let me pull it up. 8B is the Harbor K item. I'm going to turn now to our city attorney and city clerk to begin the swearing in process. After which we will make our disclosures.
Just for clarification, this item is not quasi judicial. It is a public hearing. The disclosures need to be made before 8B, which is quasi judicial. This is legislative in nature, an ordinance.
So item 8B, the Harbor K item, you'd like for us to make our disclosures now?
I'm sorry. Only 8B is quasi judicial.
Yes, we're on 8B now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I forgot we moved 8A.
No
I
worries.
apologize.
No, let me confirm. That's correct? Yes.
Correct.
8B is what I wrote down. Okay, 8B, let's do the swearing in.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please swear in any witnesses? Please call the item first and then swear in any witnesses.
The item is a proposed major master plan modification and major site plan for Harbor K to allow a new 25 multifamily dwelling unit development and associated site improvements on a 1.43 acre parcel located at 605 Lakeside Harbor in the mixed use 1 zoning district.
All right, thank you.
Anyone that is here to speak on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear to affirm that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may have a seat.
All right, with that, we will begin with disclosures. Doesn't matter which direction we begin. We can begin with Commissioner Cruz. As to this matter, I have or have not.
As to this matter, I have received written communications from Rob Dager and Bradley Miller, as well as conversations. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
And just for clarification, if you have not had the other ones, the ones you have not, please read those aloud to be made part of the record.
I'm not sure what ex parte communications
Ex
mean.
parte would be without another person present. So
Yeah, I have-
communications relating to outside of the presence of anybody else. One-on-one communications would be ex parte.
Okay, I have had ex parte communications. I have received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
As to this matter, I have had ex parte communications with both Bradley Miller and Rob Yeager. I have received written communications from Bradley Miller and Rob Yeager. I have not conducted investigation. I have not made a site visit. I did drive by the site, but I did not go on site. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of this record.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll go last. Commissioner Hay.
I have spoken with Bradley Miller and others about this. I have had the communication with Bradley Miller. I have not received any written communication. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a visit to that site to receive expert opinion. I request that these disclosures and all written communication be made part of the record.
Thank you, Commissioner Hay. Commissioner Kelly.
As to this matter, I have had ex parte communications and received written communications from Bradley Miller. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit, and I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. As for myself, as to this matter, I have had ex parte communications with Rob Yeager. I have not had ex parte communications with Bradley Miller. However, I did receive written communications from Bradley Miller. I've had communications with the following individuals, and I want to make sure I completely disclose the following individuals: Hernan and Denise Vivo, Bill Burns, Rob and Jen Yeager, Clay Holsch, I apologize, everybody, Holschauser, Todd Bertosi. These are the residents of that area. I have not conducted an investigation, but I have made a site visit, and I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record. All right, thank you for everyone's disclosures. The way that we will proceed, we will hear from the applicant first. After we have heard from the applicant, we will hear from staff. After we've heard from both, we will turn to public comment. For those of you that have already been sworn in, and if you have not, just please let us know. After that, we will begin in reverse order. And after everyone has had a chance to speak and respond, we will turn to the commission for their questions and comments. All right, Mr. Miller, good evening. Please begin. And I'd like to ask that your presentation not exceed 15 minutes.
I will do my best.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, for hearing us this evening. My name is Bradley Miller. I got tossed around quite a bit there. I am with Urban Design Studio. We're a land planning company. I've been a land planner here in Palm Beach County for about 33 years now, with a heavy emphasis here in Boynton Beach. I'm here tonight with Angel Pinero, who is our civil engineer. I know there's some drainage issues that have been brought up on this project, so he's here. Steve Knight, our architect, is here. And Matthew Scott is here as legal counsel, and as well as Manny Stratus, who's our client and the owner of the property. So with that, this site is located off of Federal Highway. The east side, Mayor, I remember when you were running, you were saying we need to do something with these small parcels along Federal Highway. And here's that opportunity. This is just north of Gateway Boulevard, north of the Shell station there. It's about 1.43 acres. As was read into the record, it already has the land use of mixed use low and the zoning of mixed use 1. And it's in the CRA overlay for Federal Highway. It was originally approved in 2019. I actually represented that application before the commission that night. And we are tonight proposing 25 multifamily units, whereas 28 multifamily units are actually allowed under this zoning district. So our request here is actually for a major master plan and major site plan amendment. We're not changing the zoning. This is one of those applications where compliance with code, as reviewed by your staff here over the better part of a year, that they've gone through. It wouldn't be here tonight if it wasn't for that. We're not asking for any relief of any kind, no variances, waivers, height exceptions, parking reductions. So it does straight up comply with the code. This is a site plan from 2019 that was approved. I just wanted to make that reference. It was for 18 townhome units. And that was obviously with that being in 2019, COVID came right behind it. Mr. Stratus bought the property in 2022. Obviously, it didn't go anywhere. The approval of this site plan is actually still in effect. The master plan component of the project is pretty simple. There's 4 buildings. It shows access. Master plan is really used for the general scope. It does show that we are allowed by the maximum density to have 28 units per acre. And again, we're proposing 25 units on the project. Our site plan is shown here on the plan. We have, it's actually a gated community, which let me touch on that for a minute. There's a new gate. I'm not sure if I don't think the pointer works. There's a new gate that's approximately 60 feet in from the entrance at Federal Highway. We had to go to DOT to ask them for their approval of that, their conceptual approval of it. And it was approved subject to the gate working more as a deterrent, more as a perception. As all of us have exited gates where you pull up to it and it opens automatically. In this community, that's going to happen both for the ingress and for the exit lane. So if you pull up to that gate, anybody is allowed to come in So there's no restrictions for the neighbors to go through it. It'll open up. From Federal Highway, it'll look like a gated community. Once you pull up to it, it's one of those things that honestly, in a public hearing, you really don't want to talk about it because that's the whole idea. But felt it was important for you to know that part. With that, we have in the 25 units, they are 3 stories with a partial 4th story included on it. I'm going to show you how they're an interesting, very unique style that has basically a unit on top of a unit, which I'll show you that. Each unit has a single car garage, and they're going to be wired and ready for all of them for EV vehicles. And we do have a condition to provide some of those as level 2. There's a condition, usually I get to the conditions at the end, but this is a good place to do it. There is a condition in the backup and the agenda from the police department that was concerned with guest spaces. That was actually a carryover of one of the comments that we received as we're going through the process. Originally, we had 4 spaces for the guest spaces. How the parking works is each unit has a garage space. Each unit has a space behind the garage to provide the 2 spaces per unit for that unit. We will have deed restrictions that say that the garage has to be used for a garage, not your storage facility. That's also part of the conditions. On top of that, there's a requirement of 0.15 guest spaces per unit. That comes out to 4 spaces. We have 8. There are 5 that come right off of Lakeside Harbor Road that runs through the middle of the property. And then there are 3 along the southern end. So we actually doubled the amount of parking for guests in response to that comment that got carried over as a condition. So we feel like we've already met it. There are recreational requirements here. We've got the oval in the middle of the plan is a pergola space that has barbecue grills in it that would be open to the community, as well as a putting green that would be open to the community. And then in the bottom right-hand corner, southeast corner is a bocce court. So that provides the recreational space required by code for this development. Public art is a little bit yet to be determined, but we've identified the location to be right at the entrance and combine it in with the signage program somehow to elevate the appearance. Buffers, we have buffers that completely surround the property. On the east side, the right-hand side, there's a buffer there with landscaping as well as a wall. And then there's a wall that runs along the southern part of the property as well. Along Federal Highway, we're providing the code required, the pedestrian zone that you've probably heard about, the combined street trees and a pedestrian sidewalk area as well as activity areas. So those units that face Federal Highway actually have a patio space and a door so residents can come and go out that and be directly onto the pedestrian walkway there along Federal Highway. Drainage was the big topic as we went through the process. Our engineer here, who I'm going to bring up for a second, and then I'll wrap up after him. Rather him tell it than me as a professional engineer who went through this. But I will say in preface to him coming up that the gentleman who spoke during public comments really described what we're doing here. What we're required to do is that this project has self-contained its drainage. It will actually be a benefit to it. And so with that, let me bring up Angel Pinero. He can give you a little more of the technical side rather than a land planner trying to do it.
Good evening, Angel Pinero with Dynamic Engineering, offices at 100 Northeast 5th Avenue, Delray Beach. So I'll speak briefly about the existing conditions of the property. Right now, as the site stands, there's about 3 foot of grade change between the east side and the west side being higher. So in current conditions, all the rainfall in this area just sheet flows over to the east, to all the houses on the east side. There's about 1.43 acres on this property, all which is going to be self-contained in the proposed conditions. So it's an improvement in the sense that the 1.43 acres, which currently drains towards the east side on the single-family homes, is no longer going to be draining to those houses anymore when this project gets built. The agency requirements require us to design for the full retention of a 25-year 3-day storm, which is a 14-inch storm event. And just for some context, a hurricane usually brings, or NOAA classifies it as a widespread average rainfall of between 6 to 12 inches. The design for the full retention here is 14 inches, which is above that. So with that, we designed the site with exfiltration trench and grading so that it fully contains it. And therefore, it's considered an improvement in the proposed conditions. It'll be cutting off all that current flow of water that's just going to those houses in existing conditions right now. In addition to that, there's a portion of the site that's within the FEMA flood zone with an elevation of 6. So the buildings are required to be elevated to at least a foot above that or 12 inches above the crown of the road adjacent to it. And the proposed project has the building finished floor elevations actually 2 feet above the flood zone. So it's doing more than what it's required to do by the agency requirements. And it's been designed to meet the criteria of the South Florida Water Management District, and it's also been designed to meet the city criteria. I think the staff did a pretty thorough review throughout the 3 rounds of review we had with them, all the back and forth. There was about 2 different engineers from city staff that took a look at it. And all in all, bottom line is it's definitely an improvement to the site. If I want to get a little bit more technical, the design requirements ask us to take into account a factor of safety of 2. What that means is when you run your calculations, you have to, what would realistically be required, you have to cut that in half to meet it. So basically, the proposed conditions in reality are providing twice what they should to meet the requirements. So on top of that, it's meeting the requirements, and in reality, with the factor of safety of 2, it's twice what it really should be to meet those requirements. So I hope that provides some insight into how the drainage works here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My version of that is that the bowl analogy has been used, where the perimeter of the property is higher than the interior. It gets regraded. There's a trench that's actually put underneath the parking lot. Water flows into the catch basin and is held there. And so there's no spillover onto the adjacent property. So it's taking this 1.4 acres of drainage that's running down the road away from that situation. I went through the site plan in the prior slide. This one gives a little more detail as to the landscape plan that's provided, and the landscaping that goes around the perimeter of the site. That where it's adjacent to the residence to the east is the thickest, the heaviest landscaping. Plus we have the wall that's there as well. These are just enlarged north side, south side. Wanted to show in this slide the vegetation there that you see is actually existing on the adjacent property immediately to the east. That's probably 25 feet high and very dense. So we're just going to be adding to that with our landscaping on our side. This being the south side. The yellow line is showing, oops, sorry. is showing where the wall goes along that east property line. Then it actually does continue to the west. There's residential to the southeast, and then the gas station is on the west side. So we have a wall that goes all the way across there. This, I like showing these. It actually gives you a perspective of taking that plan and plugging it right into an aerial to show the community. Architecturally, I'll do this quickly. I know time is tight, but it is a unique design, and I color coded it to help myself, hopefully to help you. There's an 1,800 square foot unit that's at the grade level. And if you start on the right-hand side of the screen, the orange component is that unit. You walk in at grade level, there's a garage there, and then you walk up, you go to the next version to the left, and then the orange in there is actually the second level. The upper level is about 3,800 square feet. And again, that's the dark blue, has a garage space on the ground. Then you walk up stairs to get to the living area. You go up another level for the bedroom space and bathrooms. And then the partial fourth level is like an open family room. That seems to be a common builder amenity that are providing. The green spaces that are on there, the one on the right-hand side is actually the green space that's at the ground level for the lower unit. And then the green space on the left-hand side is an upper level terrace, outdoor terrace area.
Bradley, I just want to let you know your 15 minutes has expired. However, you might as well just wrap up. I know you're towards the end.
Yeah, these are quick. These are our elevations, and I apologize for not having renderings. These came in late, flown in from, and I tried to get them incorporated into the PowerPoint here this afternoon, but this is showing the architecture, which is a Mediterranean style. This view is actually the interior side. So the garages to the units are in the interior side, and then patio spaces on the back side. And then this rendering is showing as if almost as if you were riding the Bright Line across the street. The road in front is Federal Highway looking towards the building. So that would be the frontage along Federal Highway.
Could somebody put that up just so the members of the public could also see that? Thank you so much. We've already seen it, so more so for them. Yeah, for the public. Thank you.
So timing is good. That's my part of the presentation. We would like to reserve some time after public comments if there's things that we need to address.
That is the process. You got
through
it.
that process, and appreciate your time and your consideration tonight.
All right, thank you, Mr. Miller. We're going to turn now to our administrative staff from Planning and Zoning. Please introduce yourself and tell us about your report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner. My name is Jae-Yoon Kim, Principal Planner with the Planning and Zoning Division. The applicant provided a project presentation in detail, and staff has no additional information to add. Staff recommends approval of the project with the conditions of approval and provided as Exhibit C to this item. Any additional comments required by you will be documented accordingly in the conditions of approval, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. We'll hold off on the questions and comments until we've heard from the public and the applicant has had a chance to respond. We'll do that towards the end. Let's turn now to public comment on this item. For those of you that may not have been here earlier, it is 3 minutes per person. And if you have not been sworn in, please indicate that when you approach the podium so we can swear you in. State your name for the record. The timer is behind me so you can keep track of your time. We have 2 podiums. We will go back and forth. Ms. Oyer, I see you're already here. You may begin.
Hi, Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach, Florida. I sat on the P&D board back when this first came up. It was a very nice project. My usual complaints, of course, are we need more butterfly plants. But I wish you could maybe move to the next picture so everyone can see the first picture. So I think everyone's seen the second one by now. My issue is the rooftops need to be white, not these barrel tiles that are a darker color. And I also question the need for barrel tiles. I mean, I think maybe I'm a little more in the mix of this than a lot of people, just due to my job. But barrel tiles take approximately 6 months to replace. So if you're trying to sell your home, do any repairs after hurricanes or storms, you're looking at a minimum of 6 months. And if I'm seeing right, that's barrel tiles on the top. And you might want to look at some other type of roofing, like a white metal roof or something that can withstand the elements and does not take 6 months to replace. The barrels are also exceptionally expensive, and it really comes up when people are desperately trying to sell their home and can't, or there's a storm. And so I would ask you to relook at that. And Bradley, I know you're going to go ahead and make sure there's proper butterfly plants, so you don't have to hear from me. So thank you very much and have a great one.
Thank you. Next person, and we'll go in the other podium this time. We'll go back and forth. Oh, all right. Somebody just go.
Hi there. My name is Carol Brindley, and I'm a broker associate with eXp Realty, and I'm a representative of 638 Lakeside Harbor, which is one of the single-family homes that's in development at this time. And I've also spoken to 631 Lakeside Harbor, the owner there. And I guess the concern that I see in this new construction at 605 is that the construction of this higher density condo development would greatly decrease the home values for the current residents. And working and representing a developer, we have great concern as our project is wrapping up at 638. Not only that, but not only the values being affected, but in addition, what was once a very peaceful private community will now be overrun with traffic and noise, garbage, and I just believe that it will have a negative impact on this community in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next public comment speaker on the other podium. State your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Denise DeGennaro Vivot. I live at 695 Lakeside Harbor in Boynton Beach. We've been living on this private road since 2014, and there are many pros and cons, but the biggest asset, I believe, is the community that we have established. There are only 10 houses on this private street. We share our easements as well as the community dock with all the neighbors. Being such a small street and having no HOA or even much help from the city, we have learned to be respectful of each other as well as thoughtful. We all pitch in to do communal projects, including funding and labor. We lend a hand when needed. We received a letter from Manny Stratus, our new neighbor, saying that he wanted to inform us of what he was planning to build, as well as hear our concerns and answer any questions that we might have. Of course, we were anxious to discuss various ongoing and some even very alarming issues, most importantly, the flooding issue that we have, not only on the road itself, but in several of our neighbors' yards. Instead of a pleasant conversation, what we ended up with is, quote unquote, a neighbor who appeared to have no regards for any of our ongoing issues, has a plan in mind, is not willing to variate from that plan, and pretty much told us that he didn't care about our existing properties. He has a right to do with his property as he pleases. When asked if these were going to be rental units, he would not commit to any covenants and regarding any restrictions. He was not willing to discuss anything. He was simply checking off a to-do on his list by meeting with us once and just a week from this hearing. He was brief and evasive in his presentation, to say the least, and was unprepared for the unity and knowledge that we presented to him, which makes this all the more alarming. He is clearly not understanding the depth of the flooding issue. We are counting on the city to protect our oldest private street in Boynton Beach by understanding that we are not opposed to building. That only helps our city in every way. We're not asking him to fix our existing issues. What we want is for the builder to be respectful of the value of our homes, understanding of our issues, and willing to fluctuate their plans as deemed necessary to keep our street from being completely underwater. At the opening of this meeting, you prayed for compassion to be in this room. The plans that he has right now include too many units, and it will sure cause disaster at the end of our street. Please do not expand the number of units from 18 to 25. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please approach the podium, state your name for the record. And again, for anyone that was not sworn in, please indicate that.
My name is Jefferson Michaels. I am a general contractor building 638 Lakeside Harbor, and I am also a partner there on that project. I'm also in negotiations with 631 and 605 to build another set of $4.5 million houses that are going to be built in that area. And the density and the parking spaces and the traffic that this new development is going to cause, it's going to be tremendous on the neighborhood. And this amount of units are going to interfere in traffic, that our street is going to be just clogged with cars there. And honestly, historically speaking, no offense to the engineer and the other designers, garages, they're not usually parked cars inside garages. The cars are going to be parked on the street. They're going to block us from coming in and out on very high-end houses. And with this high-density set of apartments in there, they're going to, just cause a lot of problems with the traffic. And also, there is not enough landscaping in being a professional in the area. There is not enough landscaping to cover for that amount of buildings there.
All right, thank you. Next person, state your name for the record.
I have handouts. Rob Jagger, 630 Lakeside.
1 second, before you begin, sir, let's do the handouts first so we can follow along. City Attorney?
I don't know that this is a public comment. It's not evidence. I don't know that we can accept the handouts.
Just so you know,
we could accept them, but I mean, they're not evidence
Okay.
that we can rely on.
That's fine. A lot of it's referenced in the agenda already, just separate it out. Make sense?
We get a copy of
it? Yeah, there's enough.
So you want an extra?
Most of it's in the packet already.
Mayor, I just want to make it clear that the board's purpose at this with regard to public comment is it's non-expert, it's public sentiment, and any decision based upon you sitting in your quasi-judicial nature has to be based only upon competent, substantial evidence based upon what was presented here. This is just public sentiment.
Understood. Thank you for that, counsel. As we have learned through our years of experience here, it is only on substantial, competent evidence by which we can make our decision. We are operating in a quasi-judicial fashion. Now, are we good? Everybody has their copies and it's been passed around. Thank you. You may begin, sir.
Thank you. And I'm not as good at this as some of the others. So my name is Rob Jagger. I live at 630 Lakeside Harbor. Earlier this year, I ran into the developer doing a little cleanup on the property. At that time, he wanted to do make sure this development fit into the nature of this community, which also was part of the stated objective of code. And he said that even though this is what it looks like now, he wants to make it look nice. He wants to live there as well, possibly. So now that we see the plans, we see that probably wasn't true. We looked at not a single structure on our street is four stories high. Most of it's concrete. It doesn't remotely fit into the style of our community. At our request on November 27th, we met the developer and his agent here at City Hall. You heard Denise say that the meeting became contentious because he was a little evasive. When we inquired about the number of bedrooms in each unit, the developer refused to commit to a number. And in your packet that you had already in your agenda, in your packet, you'll find that we all kind of signed an affidavit that affirms the story, but that's what happened during our meeting. If you'll notice on A through G, which is the same sheets that are in your agenda already, the drawings, you'll see 2 bedrooms listed in each unit. And what you may not notice is the den office space. On 2 of the 3 layouts, that office room is bigger than the 2nd bedroom, which seems odd to me. And then it dawned on me that when you go to a home and there's a room that's kind of big, it's easy to say, you know, he's just had a closet. And they can easily do that without any sort of knowledge of anybody else. And suddenly you have 3 bedrooms, and I don't know you get enough garages for that. So that's one of the oldest tricks in the book. And I believe that their strategy is to be approved for 2 bedrooms, but what's really going to happen is they're going to have at some point 3 bedrooms in some of these, or all of these. I believe they're just quietly going to make that happen. And I believe that the city employees who have been submitted their approvals here so far have clearly misled the developer. I find that it's not honest, it's purposeful omission, whichever you want to call it, but I feel like it impacts the traffic study. It impacts the number of parking spaces, the amount of water that's used, the electrical, it impacts the flooding. I think that hidden agenda is just another way of getting to a larger quantity of units and number of bedrooms and number of people living there. They will not be harmed by you guys if you say, hey, you can't do that. You can't bring it from 18 to 25. They bought 18 units. It was already zoned for that. I think it's okay to leave it as it is. They're gambling now to get to 25. Don't be a part of their gamble. Don't be fooled by their shell game. I also was concerned because I'm looking at the justification statement and I didn't understand how that's justified to expand it to more units. It just didn't make sense to me because I don't see a purpose for justification in that packet. This change in density will directly impact the proposed infrastructure and have a negative effect on our community, both in the flooding and several other areas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, state your name for the record. Begin when you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Hernan Vaivat. My wife and I live at 695 Lakeside Harbor. Surely my fellow neighbors will present facts and concerns to you in areas where they are much more knowledgeable and qualified than me to speak on behalf of our street. But what I'm here, what I would like to bring to your attention is what Mr. Stratis said to ourselves on the meeting, that we asked him if he had any intentions on renting any of the units. And if he understood the long list of legal, financial, and street implications the renters will bring to the street versus homeowners. And his answer was, and I quote, "This country gives me the right to do with my money and my properties whatever I want. I cannot control, nor is it my problem what could happen on your side of the street," end quote. As you can see from my accent, I came to this country with dreams and intentions of a better future. That said, I believe that integrity and respecting others should be practiced all the way from the top of this nation, all the way down to our little street. We are not here to ask you to keep Mr. Stratis from building, but for you to keep him accountable for certain standards and for your support as a city official to help us keep our street in the same, not perfect, but drivable and livable conditions as it has been all these years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're going to turn now to the next speaker in the other podium. Please approach the podium, state your name for the record, and begin when you're ready.
My name is William S. Burns. I live at 628 Lakeside Harbor. What I want to say is I've lived in this at this address for 13 years, and this is a private street. And any problems on the street, the residents have had no help from the city. Over the years that I've lived on the street, flooding has progressively become more of a problem. This has nothing to do with hurricanes. We haven't had that many hurricanes in the 13 years that I've lived there. When I say the street gets flooded, you can almost row a boat up and down the street on a normal heavy rainstorm, let alone when we have a hurricane. At least 3 homes on the street are flooded every heavy rain. And I mean flooded, they've got to take pumps out to pump the water out of their homes. And that's currently. A few years ago, we had 3 representatives from the city meet with the residents on the street to see the problems that we're having. After walking up and down the street, the city representatives informed us this was a private road and the city of Boynton Beach was not responsible for correcting the flooding problems. The residents now have a major problem. Lakeside Harbor LLC has presented a development board to the city of Boynton Beach, a major master plan modification to build four-story buildings that will be the entrance to Lakeside Harbor. The developer informed the residents that there will be 25 units in these buildings. This construction will change the character of the street and will remove most 2 acres of ground that for water drainage created further flooding on the street. The flooding problems is projecting a problem where we as residents will not be able to get to our houses during this flooding. It'll be that bad. We won't even be able to drive down this very narrow, it's more like a wide driveway than it is a street. When I questioned the developer of this project, what he is planning to do after he showed us a plan for the drainage, his response to me was, it's my property, I can do anything I want. And I asked if the engineer was there, he said no. So there was no engineer when he met with the residents. I urged the development board of the city of Boynton Beach to reject this major master plan modification and a major site modification. I think you know the number of the plan, I won't repeat it. If the city fails to reject this modification for the residents of Boynton Harbor, this will increase flooding on the street without any relief, making it impossible to drive up and down the street, and will also affect the property values of these homes, as these buildings are really apartments and they are going to completely change the character of the building. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, approach the podium, state your name for the record.
Yes, hi, Todd Bertosi, 626 Lakeside Harbor. I've been a resident of Lakeside Harbor for 29 years. I'm a Florida State Certified General Contractor for 30 years and a total of 40 years in the industry. For the past 29 years, I've been through numerous tropical storms, hurricanes, flippers, builders, and developers. I have a historical perspective of these properties. First, we have a private street with deeded easements and single-family homes. As development has increased on the eastern side of the federal highway corridor throughout the years, excuse me, flooding has increased in frequency and severity. Where are the flood management protocols? As you permit new development, you allow raising elevations artificially with fill in a designated floodplain area, which then diverts the water to the lower elevations and our pre-existing neighbors. This is unacceptable. Who is your floodplain administrator? Has there been a subsurface soil investigation as required in the Florida Building Code 1803.5.4? Have you reviewed geotechnical and engineering reports that address vertical hydrostatic loads? This is a direct impact on our neighborhood. The water table elevation for most of the year is at 6 inches below grade or above, which means if it rains for more than an hour, flash flooding occurs, forcing rivers of water flowing west to east, consuming our road and into my home. The exfiltration trenches proposed by the developer will not function as intended in a saturated floodplain. For conditions in a floodplain, an alternate solution needs to be provided. The effects of proposed new development will be disastrous to the surrounding downstream properties. Why the increase in occupancy? Overburdening of our easement, insufficient parking, ingress and egress during construction. This occupancy is a potentially 500% increase on our street since rezoning. There's been no earnest consulting with neighbors. You now have the ability to address these issues before you allow further overdevelopment. The disregard for this neighborhood is incredible. Where is the protection of our rights? An approval of this project as currently proposed will permanently and negatively impact the future lives and character of the 12 existing property owners in favor of one? What provisions are being made to protect us? The continued damage to my property and the overwhelming anxiety of being under siege every time I walk out my door is too much to bear. In a few minutes of time, you'll erase 128 years of tranquil history. I urge you to re-examine this proposed project.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please approach the podium and state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Jen Jager. I live at 630 Lakeside Harbor. I'd like to begin by telling you what actually happened in our meeting with the developer last Monday, because I'm sure you're curious. Bradley was standing at the front of the room giving a PowerPoint presentation very similar to what you saw tonight. While he was talking, I asked what I thought was an innocuous question. How many total bedrooms are included in this development? Then something weird happened. Bradley, who had been doing most of the talking up until that point, shifted and looked at the developer, Manny, who was sitting on the sidelines of the room. Manny said, "We're not sure yet." "What do you mean you're not sure yet? You're this far in the process. You don't know how many bedrooms you have?" He said, "I don't know yet. We don't know what we're going to do. We're not sure yet." That was his answer. The meeting devolved from that point. A couple days later, I was reviewing the staff approval of this application, and I discovered why there'd been this weird tension between Manny and Bradley. The application for Harbor K represented that these are 2-bedroom units. 2 times 25 is 50. Easy math that Manny should have been able to recall on the spot. The application had been submitted well before last Monday. Why the confusion? As my husband pointed out earlier, the larger units have a 3rd room labeled office den. That's bigger than the 2nd bedroom. Manny was unable to definitively say how many bedrooms Harbor K will have because he's clearly planning on marketing these as 3-bedroom units. The application submitted to the city, in my opinion, is a misrepresentation of the actual intention of the developer. Therefore, every data point on that application is called into question. The traffic study, the number of parking spaces required, the impact on utilities and schools, everything. As a city commission, it is not your job to ignore these glaring inaccuracies so the developer can make more money. And I know you guys know that, but I do feel like it needs to be said out loud in this room tonight. It's true that this plot is zoned for up to 28 theoretical units. That does not mean you have to automatically approve them. If that were the case, the law would not require this discussion and vote tonight. As our elected officials, you and only you have the authority and the responsibility to vote in the best interest of our community. Through his conflicting statements, the developer himself has created doubt about what this project really entails. Every single neighbor that was there will attest that this story is true. There's conflict between what's on the application and what the developer himself said 1 week and 1 day ago. It would be reckless, it would be negligent for you to approve a plan that you don't understand. There is too much doubt for you to vote yes. You have reason to doubt the Harbor K development is not as straightforward as the developer wants you to think it is. That gives you, the commission, the clearance to vote your conscience for what you all know is right for our community without fear. Thank you.
Thank you. I see there's a person on my left. Say your name for the record.
Good evening. I'm Clay Holshauser. I'm the current resident of 625 Lakeside Harbor. And thank you to y'all for hearing us out tonight. I'm currently the Vice President of Gardner Building Group, a construction company based in Delray Beach, Florida, that's actively building on similar properties to the property the property we're talking about tonight. Previously in my career, I was a geologist focused on understanding subsurface reservoirs and fluid flow. That gives me a reasonably good understanding of the floodplain design that this project has proposed, which leaves me deeply concerned as a downstream property owner whose home does not currently flood, but is a high risk of flooding if Harbor K LLC does not retain their own water on this property. When this project was presented in 2019, the DOT had granted outfall to Harbor K LLC, which meant that excess floodwater could be distributed west to Federal Highway. In today's plan, it appears that additional floodwater will ultimately flow towards existing single-family homes on Lakeside Harbor. Lakeside Harbor is one of only 7 or 8 areas which appear in the city of Boynton Beach's own repetitive loss analysis of September 2019, which you will see in your packets on page 6 of the RLA document. The city documents 9 rainfall events between 2004 and 2017, which exceeded 8 inches. During our meeting with the applicants, they indicated their stormwater designs were prepared to handle up to 3 inches of rain. However, as we can see from the city and FEMA documentation, we regularly have rainfall events greater than this amount. After reviewing the applicant's proposed exfiltration system, I am concerned that the engineering does not take into account the natural conditions of the floodplain upon which they are building. In order to have an unbiased opinion with regard to the applicant's assurances made about this drainage plan's ability to retain all of their water, I took the drainage plan, which is in the applicant's exhibit, drawing sheet C00, or page 30 of 42, to the civil engineer for one of our adjacent waterfront cities to have him review it. He said he was not comfortable approving the plan as is because there's a lack of spot elevations, there's plenty of spot elevations that are current. There's a lack of proposed elevations, and all the inlets for the drainage system are at the same elevation. Based on my calculations, from a very generous standpoint, I can't find more than 50,000 gallons of storage for that property in those exfiltration trenches, assuming they were empty. But that floodplain remains saturated for 5 to 7 days after a significant rain event, which means there is no capacity in those exfiltration trenches for the water that they say they can retain. And based on the current drainage map, all that water is going to flow right down Lakeside Harbor. It's inconceivable and morally objectionable to me as a builder that the city could recommend approving a project which has the potential to create catastrophic downstream flooding. Also, in my experience in neighboring cities, if we provide a justification statement to a city for a zoning change, there is an imminent need for that change. I do not see that in this applicant's justification statement. Thank you for your time.
All right, I see one more person in the room. After all those in the chamber have spoken, we'll go to those online. Begin when you're ready.
Yes, Mark Harry George again. My first year working for the city, this area was in my zone. I patrolled it 5 days a week. Flooding is an understatement. There were multiple days where I couldn't even drive the car down the street because of the flooding. Neighbors have pumped water out into other neighbors' properties, which is not allowed. I have seen that happen. I have had conversations with 2 of the property owners about that. They understood they couldn't do that. They're like, well, there's nowhere for it to go. Not only does it happen on the street, but on some of the properties, the flooding happens in their backyard as well. To be blunt, the city never addressed the drainage on that street. Maybe because the city may consider it a private road and expect the residents there to take care of the drainage themselves. I don't know how they're going to do that without being an association and having annual assessments and that type of thing. But it's been an ongoing problem. What's proposed for that site, they're doing the right thing. I don't have a problem with this project getting approved because they've done the engineering on that site properly. The issue is that they're still going to have draining problems whether this gets approved or not. And I would like to see the city take care of its residents because these people do pay taxes. And many of them have been there for many, many years. And I can tell you point blank, flooding happens almost monthly there. And it's bad. There were, like I said, there were 3 times in that 1 year that I did that zone where I could not get my vehicle down the street. Think about that, okay? And the problem is it doesn't just last for the day. It will last 2 or 3 days like that. And so please address the drainage issue on the street. The CIP stuff, you guys have budget workshops in July. That's where CIP is supposed to have, the old expression blood on the floor because everybody has their own thing that they want to do in their district. I'm sorry, but the bond thing, I'm very glad you tabled it and Ty, you're 100% right. We do need an auditor and that
on
type
this
of thing.
topic.
So like I said, on this particular issue, please address the drainage because the problem's going to be there whether this project gets approved or not. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have heard from all those in the chambers. We have to go to those online. IT, how many people have their digital hands raised to speak?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised.
With that, public comments on this item is now closed. We will now begin in reverse order. After the applicant has spoken and staff, then we will entertain questions from members of the commission. Ms. Kim, you're already at the podium. Did you want to address anything that has been said?
Mayor, if so staff wanna emphasize a couple of issues that brought up by the residents. Number one, parking. Actually, it's in the engineering's review condition of approval. Actually, item comments number 3, the garage shall meet the parking dimension criteria and be used for the vehicle storage only. Provide a copy of a property condo owners association documents at the time of permit. So the garage must remain to store the cars, cannot be converting into any other functions. And then in addition to that, project actually requires 4 guest parking spaces, and the project actually provides 8 parking spaces, including 2 compact parking spaces. So I wanna, and then the second, currently the den is not part of a parking requirement, and that's thereby that they are based on the today's code, they are subject to 2 parking requirements for 2 bedrooms. The den cannot be converted into any other functions. It must remain as a den. It must stay function as an office. Otherwise, they are violating the parking requirements, and therefore this can be addressed at the staff level. And then the third one is the density. Back in the 2006, the property obtained SHDR rezoning approval to allow the 20 units per acre. And 2019, the property obtained MU1, which is a current zoning district rezoning approval to allow the 20 units per acre. Per MU1 zoning district, the 28 units are permitted on site. The project proposed 25 units. Just the staff wanted to clarify that on those issues. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. We're going to turn now to the applicant. If you'd like to approach the podium and address any concerns.
Thank you. There's a few things that I'm going to touch on, and then if we could bring Mr. Panera up to speak of the flooding topic, which was the predominant part. And then I think we'll close in with Matt Scott to talk about the legalities here. I'm just going to go through here. I'm going to say quickly that the flooding thing, we've got a professional engineer that testified to it. Your staff are professional engineers that have reviewed it for months. And their request is not to impact the rest of the street, and we're not. That's what that design is about. One of the residents said they're not expecting us to fix the problem. It's a huge problem to fix. And as Mr. George said, it's been around a long time. I would love to see some collaboration with city or CRA or somebody to help fix that for all the neighbors there. They deserve that. As far as there were comments about the meeting and the number of bedrooms, everybody walks away with a different memory. I made the presentation. I used the same slides of the units that you saw tonight. Indicated that the bottom level is a 2-bedroom, the upper level is a 2-bedroom with a den. With that, we're actually willing to commit to a condition of approval that further enforces the fact that that can't be converted to another bedroom, if that's a concern. It's not the intent of the developer. The intent is to be a den and an office space. Not to mention from a technical standpoint from parking, there's no difference between a 2-bedroom and a 3-bedroom. But we want to do that as a safety net to address that concern. The density, Ms. Kim spoke about it. The density's been established there for, I guess it'd be 17 years now, at 20 units an acre, and we're still below that. We did actually look at this property early on. You've heard of the Live Local and the Senate bill scenario, which actually this property would be eligible to develop in that mode, and it's probably close to double the density that we're proposing tonight through that statute. I think those were the issues actually to just answer some of Ms. Oyer's questions. The roof actually is white. The barrel tile is just a little accent. Oh, I think she left. So actually the design that she's looking for is actually already there, including the butterfly plants. So with that, can we have you maybe address the design one more time? Sure. The agencies that it has to go through.
So I already went through kind of the details of all the design requirements. We are required to adhere to these by South Florida Water Management District, FDOT, and the city staff. I mean, other than speaking to my qualifications, I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Florida, and your staff has also reviewed these documents based on those design requirements. It would be illegal for us to make it worse on the drainage side of things. We wouldn't even be granted a permit to build this based off of those design guidelines. And as you already well know, the design guidelines are pretty strict, and baked in those design guidelines, you could almost say that the system is almost required to be over designed by twice what it should be. So if there's any questions, I'll happily address those, but that's all I have to say at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll pose our questions in a few moments. I heard that there was another person coming.
Yes, I'll try to make it brief. My name is Matthew Scott. I'm with the law firm of Greenspoon & Martin. I'm a zoning attorney with an address of 200 East Broward Boulevard in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Here on behalf of the applicant, I just want to touch on a few items as we get ready to move into hopefully the question part of this presentation. First and foremost, with regard to the street, we heard concerns about there being flooding. Obviously, it's a terrible thing for homeowners to experience. We also heard that there was talk that the city was approached about helping ameliorate the issue. The city responded that it was a private road and that it wasn't actually the city's responsibility. It's important that there be factual information provided to you. There is an existing easement that has been on all of these properties, on the title for all these properties for decades. That is something that is readily available when anyone goes to buy a property there, that clearly and explicitly states every homeowner is responsible for half of the roadway, and they are responsible for the ongoing maintenance and repair of the roadway. So the city did the right thing by saying, it's terrible that it's flooding. You made a choice to buy this home with the existing easements that were on title for decades. And so it's an obligation that you stepped into by buying the property. And so I just want to clarify that first and foremost, because that's the legal positioning here. Secondarily, you heard from our professional engineer that our engineering plans will make the situation better, that as it exists today, the site is sheet flowing directly into these properties. And so our project, if anything, will improve it. With that being said, I just want to sort of go over, perhaps for the neighbors, the difference between a quasi-judicial hearing and a policymaking hearing. The city of Boynton Beach, first in 2006, decided from a policy perspective to change the land use and zoning of this property to high density development. That was a policy, a popularity driven, what does the city want kind of thing. In 2019, they reiterated that the popularity, the thing we want here is high density development up to 28 units to an acre with up to 40 or 45 feet of development. That was the policy decision. A land use plan amendment was adopted. Tonight, we are here for a site plan application, and your review is quasi-judicial in nature. Being a commissioner has got to be an interesting job because you have all these different hats you wear. Tonight, your hat is not a popularity hat. It's not a what do people think would be nice. It is a put on your judge hat and analyze whether our application meets your code. And so the facts and evidence you have before you tonight are your staff report that is built of great experts that have a ton of experience in land use, zoning, landscaping, engineering, public safety, are recommending approval and saying we meet all requirements of your code. And then in addition, you have an applicant that has presented applications, materials, expert information from our engineers and our architects and our planners that say we meet code in all material respects. And so with that being said, I would just encourage you to keep in mind that this is a quasi-judicial hearing and that the point of tonight is to test whether we meet code. It is not to question whether this is the best policy for the city, because that ship sailed, as I said, years and years ago. And so I thank you for allowing me to sort of close with that. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Of course, Bradley Miller is much closer to these plans, and we appreciate you giving us the time.
Thank you, everybody. And thank you to all the residents that spoke as well. We're going to turn now to the commission for our questions. We have questions for staff. We have questions for the applicant. I believe the main focus this evening is really about the flooding. I think we're going to need to hear from the engineer a little bit more because that is primarily the source of my questions. I understand that you meet our code. I understand you are under the density threshold. I understand that you have met all these criteria. Now, my concern is the drainage, not just because I've met with the residents and I've heard their concern and I've visited the site and I've seen what it was even when it wasn't raining. I have seen videos and pictures of what it is when it does rain. I've read and heard from the residents of what it turns into. I've heard all these things. Let me first ask my question to staff, and then I'll have to direct my question to you, the engineer, from the applicant side. On the staff report under the drainage category, it says here in your findings, conceptual drainage information was provided for the city's review. Could you help me understand what conceptual drainage information means? The engineering division has found the conceptual information to be adequate and deferred the evaluation of specific drainage solutions until a review of the required land development permit. Now, my intent here is to, yes, I am putting on my quasi-judicial hat. The big question I'm asking, besides do you meet code? Clearly you do, from my understanding of the material. My next question is, does your project, and we're not expecting you to fix their problems, but does your project at least, if not improves the drainage situation to minimize their flooding, either contain, and that's the threshold, or contain and improve the surrounding areas? I need evidence that it does not make it worse. From what I've heard from the residents, they're not anti-construction. They just want to make sure their homes are safe and this problem does not get worse. So let me hear first from staff. Help me understand what these two sentences mean.
Shiloh Toller, Engineering for Public Works. So at this time, the plans that are presented to staff are conceptual in nature. It is a lot of work to put into a set of construction documents at this time. So under the permit review, another complete review will be done to ensure that it is meeting all codes and requirements.
And Shiloh, if I can ask you, I understand what you've said, that we're only at this point, and more work needs to be done. But let's say down the road you have your review and you determine that it does not, it actually makes the situation worse for the neighbors. What would happen then if you were to have that finding? What's the process like?
So no permit can be issued until they have provided all evidence that it is meeting the requirements.
And as part of that requirement or criteria, that there be no adverse consequences to their neighbors?
Absolutely. They have presented a preliminary drainage calculations and plans that is subject to change as they go through their final development. So during that process, we will continue to monitor those changes and ensure that they are continuing to meet the criteria.
Ms. Radigan, it looked like you're about to say something.
She added in exactly what I was going to say.
Okay.
It's important to understand that at site plan of approval, all the plans that we're looking at, not just drainage, but architecturals, civils, those are all at about 30% of what is required for construction. So all the plans that we look at this stage are conceptual. And they will vary slightly between now and full design. But as Shiloh stated, the codes are there as a base. So conceptually, they are meeting it. They can change, but they will still need to meet the requirements to hold their own water and to not adversely affect their neighbors. And no permits can be issued unless those are being met.
And how does one determine that?
They do submit, as Shiloh said, drainage calculations that can say, there are codes that will say how much water is required for them to hold based on, and a little bit out of my zone here, but based on certain rainfall standards.
Yes, so the criteria that I think is really essential to this project is that 25-year 3-day storm event. So the property will have to be.
What does that mean? Is it in inches? What is a 25, 3-day storm? What does that mean?
So that 25.
Or at least give me an approximation.
So that 25-year 3-day storm event, that's just the criteria that that has to be met. Obviously there's a 100-year 3-day storm event, but the criteria that must be met for that perimeter collecting on site is at that 25-year. So that 25-year perimeter grade would have to be met. I believe that based on the preliminary was at a 7.5 foot. So that is.
What is that, 7.5?
7.5 feet elevation wise on their plan. So they would provide a berm or retaining wall along the property.
All right. I appreciate your information. Thank you. Let me turn now to the applicant's engineer, unless there was anything else to add.
Nothing else to add.
Okay, thank you. So could you help me and the commission understand how your project does not worsen the neighbor's flooding issue?
Right.
If not improve it?
Right, so it's pretty simple. Right now, the property from the west side sits at a higher elevation than the east side where the single family homes are. So essentially it's just any rainfall that falls within the property is going to sheet flow towards the houses, right? From high to low. With this development, we're required to put a perimeter on the property to hold back the 25-year 3-day storm. So basically that 1.43 acres that is composed of the property is no longer sheet flowing into the single family homes. It's self-contained within its own property. So you're taking basically 1.43 acres of area that was draining towards these houses out of the equation of what's contributing to the floodplain right now in those homes. Does that make it easier to? Right. There was talk here about 8 inches and 3 inches and this or that. This system, again, was designed for 14 inches. And just to give a sense of comparison, NOAA, which is the National Oceanic
Atmospheric.
Yes, atmospheric administration, they define in their documents that the widespread average rainfall for a hurricane event is from 6 to 12 inches. So this is 2 inches more than what they define as the average rainfall during a hurricane event. Other than having it be self-contained, and as a staff mentioned, a permit will not get issued if it doesn't meet that requirement. So just to summarize, you're taking out 1.43 acres of area that's draining towards these homes out of the equation. That's first off. Second of all, you're self-containing this massive storm event, which the 25-year means it's a 4% chance of this event happening in a given year. It's based on probability and statistics, how they come up with these numbers. So there's a 4% chance of the storm event happening in any given year. A pretty low chance for such a high event, right? And again, just to reiterate, the requirements are based on having to make an improvement to the drainage conditions. You can't impact your neighbor, and we wouldn't even be getting a permit if we did it that way. So I don't know what else to say to reiterate all those facts that the drainage is just over designed at this point with everything the applicant is doing.
Well, thank you. I will ask one more question, then I'll turn to my colleagues. This question, I'm not sure if it's necessarily for you, sir, but someone on your team. During the construction phase, given how small the road is, and I've been there, if you look at it, somebody's doing one construction, it's very tight, and I'm concerned that during the construction process, that the flooding may be exacerbated, right? Even if the final project improves it, but what about during the process? Is there a plan to mitigate or to take that into consideration?
So the contractor will be responsible for setting in place their own construction measures for sedimentation and erosion control to control those, any of the construction activities impacting the neighboring properties.
Sir, there will be no disruptions from the audience, all right? Nobody else interrupted anybody else. All right, let's turn now to my colleagues on the commission. Commissioner Cruz, you had a question.
Mayor, I do understand that this meets code. I get it. This has been discussed at previous projects, and I do understand that this is a legal question of whether the project meets code. I do have a few questions actually for staff, and it's, if it is true, as I understand, that this is a FEMA flood zone, are there any additional regulations in place, or does the city have any regulations that make FEMA flood zones have different requirements for approval besides just the standard density?
No, there's no additional requirements. The building department has special FEMA flood zones. I don't know if John is here to speak on that, but I believe they're meeting all of those requirements. There's nothing special as far as drainage calculations go.
If we could have the staff member who deals with the FEMA come up and speak.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hi, John Kunzman, building official, City of Boynton Beach.
Sorry, were you sworn in? Just making sure.
Negative.
Yeah, you need to be sworn in. Thank you. Please swear.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Kunzman. My question was, are there any different regulations for approval of a permit per se, or of a site plan approval? Is there any difference between a FEMA flood zone or a non-FEMA flood zone?
The building code, the Florida Building Code requires in chapter 16 that construction in special flood hazard areas need to meet the base flood elevation plus 1 foot. So right now, there are a couple of buildings up the property that's going to be improved upon, or that's proposed, has a couple of buildings that are on the east side. They are, part of those buildings are in a special flood hazard areas. Any part of a building, no matter if it's just a corner of the building, if that is in a special flood hazard area, the entire building is considered in the special flood hazard area. So right now, under the current mapping, the BFE there is 6 feet. So the minimum finished floor has to be 7 feet. Okay, and then, depending on when the permit is issued and when there's a new proposed mapping that's coming down the road, When that comes into play, then whatever the map change states, and I think that it's going to be a 8. And if that does become an 8 prior to the buildings being permitted, then that finished floor would have to be a 9. And I'm just, don't quote me on that 8 number, but it is a little bit higher than that presently.
Thank you for bringing that up. Do you know if that might be happening in the near
Negative.
future?
I
or we
don't. It has been pushed back so many times that I don't. They've done this before on proposed mapping changes and back in 14, and nothing happened for 3 or 4 years. And then in 17, the map changed to the present elevations.
Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
So during the agenda review and after, I did have conversations with staff. Amanda gave me a call with a couple of city engineers, some people from utilities as well. And, you know, I feel terrible for the neighborhood. I know the answer is this is a private road. And yes, factually, that is true. I started asking some questions to staff about what opportunities there might be to help this community in any way. But the way that the property was set up is that half of the street or half of the houses in the house in each road takes about a piece of the front yard, and they would be responsible for it. So I might not want to continue getting into this, but I feel for the neighborhood. I feel terrible, and I wish there was more that we could do in regard to helping with this. In a theoretical sense, the only thing that could be done per my conversations with staff and questions and such would be to, again, on a theoretical sense, to make that a city road. But then that means that the city would have to undertake about $1.5 million of improvements in a currently private road, which is something that the city might not want to entertain because of budgetary constraints. So again, speaking with staff, that appears to be the only thing that might help the situation at all in the future. Fortunately or unfortunately, there are property rights, and it, per staff recommendation, this meets code, although I completely empathize with the neighborhood and I feel terrible. Again, trying to think about ways or what we could do to help the community, but the only way that, for example, the drainage issue could be fixed is either by the residents of that neighborhood taking on a $1.5 million endeavor of fixing the drainage, which obviously I don't think anyone can afford, or theoretically speaking, again, if, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, it might never happen, but theoretically speaking, if the city were to undertake that road as a city road or adopt it, it would require about, I think it was, what was it, Amanda, like 10 feet on each side of the road that people would have to give up their front yards.
To meet code, a right-of-way dedication would have to come from both sides of the roads, and I believe the minimum requirement would be 40 feet for the entire road, 40 or 45. So it would be between 20 to 22 feet of a front yard on each side of the property. That dedication would need to occur. On top of that, the modifications to bring the street up to code would need to happen.
Thank you, Amanda. Sorry, didn't want to bring up a can of worms, but it's just, I just wanted to discuss what the actual possibilities were and how this might not be feasible for the city at this time. And again, I hate to give you that answer. I have one more question. I'm not sure who would be the one to answer that question, but when we talk about 25 years or 3-day storm, how many gallons of water are we referring to? Is there a standard in regard to how, I mean, I'm not an engineer in by any way, shape or form, but just to try to understand the community's concerned with the drainage issue, with the flooding, which is already pretty bad in itself right now. Would the future underground water absorbing facility, whatever it's called, absorb more water than is currently being absorbed right now by the road?
So the recurrence of the storm, the 25-year 3-day, all that points to is a rainfall event. So how many inches rain are falling within a certain area. So in this case, it's at 14 inches I've been mentioning. And based on this property, we don't usually use gallons to measure it, but we use acre foot. And the volume generated runoff is about 1.42 acre foot of volume. And given the constraints of the site with the proposed exfiltration trenches and the grading of the site, it was designed so that wherever that storm floods up to, it doesn't seep over into the neighbor. It's self-contained within the property. Does that help? Does that answer the question?
Yes, but when you put in or whenever whoever builds puts in the item which is going to take the water, like how many gallons would it particularly? Because I mean, it has to fit a specific amount of water, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so the exfiltration trench, the way it's designed, and so let me just explain a little bit more about this. There's a limitation of how much you can use of this imposed by the drainage districts, equal to 3.28 inches of rain over a property. So in this case, we're using the maximum amount, and that is equal to about 0.40 acre foot of storage or exfiltration volume over the property. Now, keep in mind that's the way you calculate these things, again, has a factor safety of 2, which means you're required to provide twice the volume that you would normally be required to provide for design requirement purposes. Does that help answer the question?
I guess so.
I'm trying to explain it as like in simple terms. Some of these things are not.
Wouldn't there be a certain weight of water that it would carry so that we can technically understand what, theoretically speaking, 12 inches of rain would drop on the ground, and then how that would be calculated in terms of gallons, and how many gallons would fit under the, what do you call it, the exfiltration trend?
Yeah. So there's a volume that it provides. And again, we don't use gallons for these calculations. We use acre feet, acre inches could be used also. But it's designed for 0.4 is what it would be able to exfiltrate, the volume that we'd be able to exfiltrate as designed. And all this is a perforated pipe with stone around it, a geotextile fabric that's permeable. And as the water level builds up, it exfiltrates the water underground throughout the perforated pipe into the rock and into the soil.
So there's not like a, per se, like a bucket under that holds a certain amount of water to then spread it out when it fills up? Or like
I wouldn't call it a bucket.
Not a bucket, but like a container per se, like let's think of a gallon of water.
It's a perforated pipe between structures, and that perforated pipe has stone around it, and the water seeps in through the holes on the pipe into the stone and then out into the ground.
So there's no storage per se.
There is storage. That's the whole equation for the exfiltration trench. It's designed on volume of exfiltrated water. It's counted as storage for design purposes.
0.4. So it would be 0.4 acres of a foot.
Acre feet, yes.
Okay. If I may, conceptually, as a non-engineer,
yes,
I think the way It is not to be thought of like a septic tank. This, it's not holding water. What it does is it moves the water from the surface underground and distributes it underground to go back into the aquifer. So it's not sitting on the surface or draining or flooding the surface. So it's not, that's why it's not like a gallon or volume. It's how much it can flow through that system. It's referred to as storage, but I wouldn't think of it like a septic tank or a, you know, a storage tank of some sort.
I was thinking of a septic tank. Okay. Thank you. Okay. And there's no way that we could create some sort, and I don't want to open a can of worms, but some sort of a, as she called it, a septic tank. Is there any way to, or that's not something that's done?
It's not something that's commonly done. This is a more typical practice in this region. So that's what we're using. It's more typically what the review agencies and one of the mechanisms that's more typically used for design to handle these type of circumstances.
All right, thank you.
All right. Commissioner, thank you for your comments. We're going to move on to the next person. But before we do, I want to ask a quick follow-up question. Amanda, you had described that it would collect and distribute that water underground back into the aquifer system. Did I understand you correctly?
So you did. My Jay Kim, who is a landscape architect, corrected me. It's not an aquifer. It's back into the groundwater.
Back in, all right.
But yes,
Back into
conceptually,
the
it's
ground.
still valid.
Can I ask, so my follow-up question to that is, if that's the case, does that in any way impact the ability of the surrounding areas, area to drain their water? Does that make an impact? Do we know?
Yeah, in my understanding, where the water, no, in my understanding, no.
Okay. All right. And did you want to comment on that?
I want to mention that the water table is taken into account when you design these. And there's also a geotechnical study done to determine the exfiltration rate of the soil throughout the site, to take an average of that and take it into consideration when you design the exfiltration trench.
All right. Appreciate both of you. Let's move on. Vice Mayor Turkin, for your questions for staff or the applicant. No questions. Moving on to Commissioner Hay, questions or comments?
Well, yes, I guess I do have a question. The road right now that is a private road, how big is that road? And will it remain that size after your construction?
I think the pavement now, Bradley Miller again for the record, I believe the pavement now is around, it's a little bit irregular, so 18 to 20 feet.
18 to 20 feet?
Within our development, we have to widen that to what the code requires, which is 25 feet. And then it transitions back down as it goes to the neighborhood.
So as I hear what you're saying, you're not going to make the drainage worse. That's what I've been hearing all night. Are you trying to say that from where the existing residents are now, that water is going to drain west and not east?
Correct. From our eastern property line, it's
Where that's going to go into the street with the existing drainage?
right now it's tilted from west to east towards the single family residential.
Right.
Once it's developed, it'll be regraded so that the perimeter of the property, including the east property line before it goes towards a single family, will be higher than in the middle of the site.
And what's that, 8 inches or something like that, you said?
Around the perimeter, we're at about an elevation 7.5. And
7.5?
And then in the lowest point where the catch basins are to collect the water to go into this exfiltration are at 5.7. So it's 1.8 feet of drop.
You know, this is the part of.
This is far more drainage information than any of you wanted to learn about.
You got that right. This is part of the this particular job that I really don't like, because my heart is with the resident. By the same token, I know my position. You met all the codes. I have that quasi hat on, and I have to rule accordingly, or else I jeopardize the city's position. So it has been stated by many of you, and even though my heart is one way, I think that I have no choice based on the recommendation of staff. They know our position. They know they've done the study. They know more about it than I do. They are the experts. My job is to take that information and make the best assessment and decision that I can based on where I am right now. And so I just somehow I just would like to think that there could be some collaboration between residents and city and developers about this, to help resolve it, because I didn't go down there recently, but I have been in the past, and I know the flooding that goes on there, because when I was running for this position, I tried to put a sign out. Yeah, that was me. I tried to put a sign down there which was taken up, but that's beside the point. But the flooding, the flooding was awful, and I'm glad to hear that you're not making it any worse. But by the same token, if by chance it does get worse, okay, because none of us have a crystal ball, what are the options? Are we going to be back here listening to the residents complain about you guys? You made it worse and you lied to us and yada, yada, yada. I mean, I know you can only go by the numbers, and we can only go by the numbers, but something in my spirit tells me that there's something missing here. But my position at this juncture is to go with staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Hay. We're going to turn now to Commissioner Kelly for any questions, applicant or staff.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions per se, but I just, it's always difficult when we have situations where we have a disconnect or negative, we're not going into it in a positive. And I really encourage the owner. I mean, you're sharing a private road, and that private road will need to over time be improved. You will need to work with your neighbors. And I am empathetic, and I understand the residents' position, and I wish that it had been handled differently in that public meeting, and that there was more understanding and not, I have my right to do what I want to do. We all know I have the right to do what I want to do on my property. I understand that. But you also have to recognize and realize that the neighbors haven't had any neighbors for a very long time. And you're coming in and creating not just you as a neighbor, but 25, 30 new neighbors. And so I know it meets code. I know what we have to do tonight, but I'm really frustrated that we're coming in with not having residents who are supportive, more likely because of a disconnect between the owner and the prior residents, and working with them instead of working against them. And so, those are my comments. I don't necessarily have any questions, although I do want to ask staff to get back with us. I know it's a private road. I know I talked to Andrew about this, and there really isn't without being in somebody's not only front yard, but at somebody's front door in some of the instances to, for the city to take over that road. It's really not an option, but what can we do legally to help, to help with that situation? Because I do want, to understand, and I want the residents to feel like the city's a partner in this and that the new owner is a partner in this. And I feel like there's a disconnect right now, and hopefully, as it moves forward, moves further, that there is kind of, I know you committed and the owner committed to that den being a den. And I know that doesn't necessarily affect the parking requirements. And so, but, I thank you for making that move to make that. But, and I know that there's also this question mark as far as owner and rental. And I know Bradley, you and I spoke about that as well. And, home ownership, it lends a certain, you're established and you own and you're buying into that. And so you can appreciate and take care of it a little bit more than maybe a renter would. But as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Bradley, but if there would be some sort of association and management, no matter what it was, can you just explain if he decides to keep it owner, there will be an association. But if he decided that it would be rental, what would that situation look like? Just very briefly. And I know it's all, just a.
Yeah, there's legalities to the condominium ownership versus the rental. And thank you for your comments. I'm going to go backwards a little bit. I don't enjoy representing these where it's at odds. It's not there, but as part of my job, that doesn't always happen. So, and I too have seen that road. I don't live very far from there, and so I've seen that it's an issue. You've heard not only from us but from the residents. It's been an issue for years and years and years. So the component that we're doing is taking out the acreage of our property, and the drainage on that property it doesn't go down that road anymore. And that's the design standards of not only the city, but South Florida Water Management District, which covers a huge region here, as well as FDOT. So there's 3 permitting agencies that we still have to get through with the approval of this tonight, including your own staff. And your staff won't sign off until Mr. Pinera, do I screw up your name every time? He rolls it so nicely. But he's going to have to go get South Florida Water Management permit, DOT permit, and bring those to the city before they issue a final permit. So there's coverage there. As far as the collaboration is built in through this easement that's there. The property of my clients is part of that. They probably have the most frontage. So if it gets into a pro rata share, that a lot of it's going to come from there. It's finding what that engineering solution in it is. And I'm going to go to Angel, go to the first name. I tested Angel the other day on that, saying, what can be done? And it's just the way that the elevations are out there. There's homes that were built in the 30s, built in the 40s. It was 90 years ago. So it's tough. It's tough. But the point I want to make is that Mr. Stratus is part of that, has that same obligation for maintaining that portion of the road. And actually it is going to be an improvement to that, at least in our opinion, and has been testified to from the drainage standpoint to it. On the ownership thing, the The original intent of Mr. Stratus was condominium, but you've heard it hundreds of times. There's a market. Reality is to get through permitting and to get through funding and financing and to build the project, it's a year and a half away. Nobody has that crystal ball to know what that market's going to be. There's been other projects in the city that have gone back and forth. I use Casa Costa as the example. Probably went back and forth between rental and condo ownership 3-4 times. And you've faced that one before. It's a multifamily development and that's what it is. So as we move forward, there's going to be documents in place to enforce what we're required to do through your conditions. There's code enforcement to Mr. Karageorge is ready to go back to that district for code enforcement and you know, not doing this, but you've all heard this from me directly that your staff here is the best that I work with in the county. So they're doing their job.
Thank you, Bradley. Thank you. Commissioner Kelly, was that the conclusion of your comments?
Yes, thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much, everybody. As for myself, I'll just keep my comments brief because we are approaching 10 p.m. I want to reiterate or echo the sentiments made by Commissioner Kelly in that this process, Bradley, if you had just met with them sooner and more often, no need. But
we did have an earlier meeting.
you did have an earlier meeting. My understanding was there was no engineer present, and that caused a lot of questions not to be answered. But I'm not here to rehash it. I'm just saying perhaps had there been more communication, things may have, there would have been fewer questions and concerns. That's number one. Number two, this for me is really about the flooding. Yes, there is a long-term problem with that street, and no one is asking this developer, this applicant, to fix everyone's problem. I didn't hear anybody ask for that. They just need to know that this isn't going to exacerbate their problem. I can see where the board is going, so I would like to make a request for 2 additional conditions of approval, and I've already heard the applicant agree to one of them. There was the question of, does the den maintain a den, or does it turn into a bedroom? If I heard you correctly, there was no objection to that. That's number one. Number two, and I know that staff has already reiterated that at the time, no permits can be issued unless they have checked that there will be no exacerbation of the surrounding areas when it comes to flooding. And so I would like to offer the following condition of approval, that the subject property must provide a drainage system. This is already in the plan, to contain and maintain storm, surface, and groundwater occurring on site. Furthermore, and this is the key part, furthermore, the drainage system must be designed to prevent any adverse impacts to the neighboring properties. I would be more comfortable moving forward having those 2 conditions of approval. Amanda, you're already at the podium. I can see you're about to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, just one thing I wanted to add regarding the dens. In order to strengthen its enforceability, I would suggest that it's not only a condition of approval, but the condition of approval also require it to be part of the condo docs should this go ownership. It is the same type of comment that we use for the garages. So garages, we ask that within the condo docs, it states explicitly that garages must be used for vehicular parking and not storage. We can craft that comment to say something similar, that the dens must be maintained as dens or offices, and that language is expected to be in the condo dockets.
All right. Again, they've already agreed to that earlier. I don't know if they have any further response to that. But those are my 2 requests for my colleagues to add those 2 conditions of approval. Do I have support to add those 2 conditions of approval?
I support that for sure.
Okay. All right. Thank
and
you.
also adding it, she said, like, if it becomes a condo to
include that language in the condo documents. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody. We have 2 additional conditions of approval. Listen, we've heard from everybody. It is now time to vote. I'm going to ask for, let me flip to the page. Which item was this? This was item 8B, Harbor K Master Plan Modification and Major Site Plan Modification. May I have a motion to approve item 8B? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion from Commissioner Cruz. I heard a second from Commissioner Kelly. I'm going to turn now to our city clerk to conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Turkin, Mayor Penserga.
Yes.
The vote's 4-1.
All right, motion passes 4-1. All right, thank you, everybody. We're going to wait a moment before we
For a
proceed.
5-minute break or 10-minute break,
I
please.
was going to bring up the exact same thing. We're approaching 10 o'clock. Is there any objection to a 10-minute recess? All right, we are now recessed for 10 minutes. Thank you, everybody.
Mayor, the broadcast has started.
Thank you. We have now returned from recess. Now is resumed. We're going to turn now to the next portion of the agenda, which is consent agenda. Are there any items under consent agenda that my colleagues would like to pull? Vice Mayor, any request? Commissioner Kelly, any request?
Mayor, I wanted to pull 6L just for the purpose of recognizing that grant, but it's quick.
All right, fantastic. And do we have someone from the relevant department to come to the podium to speak on 6L? All right, they're on their way. And for my colleagues who just stepped in, the question on the table is, are there any items that you would like to pull under consent agenda? Commissioner Kelly has requested item 6L. This is the COPS Hiring Program Award. Any other requests from my colleagues? All right, with that, may I have a motion to approve the remainder of consent agenda?
So moved.
I heard that from Commissioner Hay. Is there a second? A second from Commissioner Cruz. All those in favor of approving the remainder of consent agenda say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. We're going to turn now to item 6L. This is proposed resolution number R23-178, a resolution of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the mayor and police chief to sign all documents associated with the acceptance and grant agreement subject to final approval by the city attorney. Police chief.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. So this grant is for 7 additional officers, which will bring our fully sworn staffing to 170, which is a great accomplishment, because when we did start this year and a half ago, we were at 156, which was roughly 1.92 officers for every 1,000 residents, which is well below the regional number. With the 170, we'll be roughly at 2.10, which is our target. As far as we were going over the police impact fee, I felt like a couple hours ago, but that was 2.1. So we're in a good spot. It's a great opportunity for us to get involved in the COPS hiring grant. As we stated 2 weeks ago, or maybe a month ago now, the officers will be for the downtown policing district, as well as an additional to our violent crimes task force.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Kelly, since you brought this up, did you have any questions for him?
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I just had one question. What is the time frame for this grant? How long is this?
It's 3 years of funding. It's a total of 5 years.
Okay. And then after that, then the police department will budget to retain those officers.
Correct.
And right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it requires you to do it for 2 years, and after that, you can go down to what your staffing was prior to that, but you're obligated to hold it for 2 more years after the 3 years of funding.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. No, I just I brought this I pulled this item just to thank the police department for applying for this grant. Thank you to Jacqueline Smith, who is your grants writer. And I just, it's so important that we continue to look at creative and innovative ways of funding. And so, this is exactly what we want to see happen. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, With that, we'll entertain a motion to approve item 6L.
So move.
A motion heard from
Second.
Commissioner Kelly and a second from Commissioner Cruz. All those in favor of the motion to approve item 6L, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Chief. We're moving on to the next consent agenda section, consent bids and purchases over $100,000. Are there any items that my colleagues would like to pull? I'm seeing no's on my left, anything from my right. With that, may I have a motion to approve the entirety of consent bids and purchases over 100,000.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Cruz, second from Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor of the motion to approve the entirety of consent bids and purchases over 100,000, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, the ayes have it. Motion passes unanimously. We're now moving on to item 8A. This is proposed ordinance number 23-015. It is second reading. I will turn now to the city attorney as well as the city clerk.
Proposed ordinance number 23-015, second reading and public hearing, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, approving amendments to the City of Boynton Beach Comprehensive Plan for transmittal to the Department of Economic Opportunity for the state coordinated review. The proposed amendments address new statutory requirements pertaining to the establishment of a property rights element, providing for conflicts, variability, and an effective date.
Thank you. Please begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Andrew Meyer, Senior Planner, and I am presenting text amendments to the comprehensive plan based upon the city's evaluation and appraisal review.
And thank you. One moment, Andrew. Will this take 10 minutes or less?
It will definitely take less than 10
Thank
minutes.
you.
Give me one second.
It's
Okay. Manny, next slide, please.
the clicker might be over there. The arrow is down.
Oh, got it.
Not point down, but arrow down.
It's a late night.
Understandable.
All right. To continue, the evaluation appraisal review, also known as the EAR, is required by state statutes. Every 7 years, the city must determine whether the need to exist to amend the comprehensive plan to reflect changes in state requirements that were implemented since the last time the comprehensive plan was updated. On July 22nd of last year, the city sent a letter to the state notifying them that the comprehensive plan would be amended in response to new state requirements implemented in the state statutes. The proposed amendments include the addition of a property rights element. On July 18th of this year, the city approved the amendments for transmittal, and they were transmitted to the state. A few months later, on September 22nd, the city received a letter from the state which stated that no objections were identified. Since the EAR process follows the state coordinated review process, the adoption of these amendments must occur in two phases, a transmittal phase and an adoption phase. The transmittal phase was completed upon receipt of the letter from the state. Tonight's hearing is part of the adoption phase and is the final phase of the EAR process. Next, there we go, gotta get used to that. As stated earlier, the proposed amendment is the addition of a property rights element. On July 1st, section 162.3177 of the Florida statutes was amended to require all local governments to adopt and include a property rights element in its comprehensive plan. The statute further requires either using specific property rights statements stated in the statute or using language which does not conflict with the provided language. The proposed property rights element repeats the property rights statements included in the state statute. It is important to note that the property rights element does not confer any new rights that do not already exist. They simply restate rights already enshrined in state statutes, and that these amendments are similar to those which have been adopted at other municipalities in their response to the aforementioned changes to the state statutes. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed comprehensive plan text amendments for adoption. If the item is approved for adoption, the ordinance will be sent to the state. The state then determines whether the amendments are in compliance with state statutes and issues a notice of intent within 45 days. This concludes my presentation. City staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Andrew. And because you were so expeditious, I will automatically vote yes.
All right, thank you.
So if anybody goes past 10 minutes, I will automatically vote no. I am, of course, joking. I'm joking. Let's turn to my colleagues for any questions for Andrew.
No questions.
No questions. Vice Mayor,
No, motion to approve.
are there any questions for my colleagues? Seeing no comments or questions?
Second that motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We do need public comments for this. It is second reading. Is there anybody in the audience in person that would like to speak? Now's the time to approach the podium on this item. Seeing no one, is there anybody online? IT, is there anybody with their digital hands raised?
No, Mayor, there are no digital hands raised.
All right, with that, we've heard from staff, we've heard from the public. We have a motion and a second on the table. I'm going to turn to the city clerk to begin the roll call vote.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Turkin,
Yes.
Mayor Penserga.
Yes,
The vote is 5-0.
thank you. That concludes item 8A. We are now moving to item 12B. This is proposed ordinance number 23-023, first reading.
There.
Did I skip a section?
Didn't you add something under 11?
Oh,
new
yes, we did.
business?
Thank you for the reminder. Under new business, I did write it down. I apologize. This was an update on the workforce housing waiver. Thank you for that reminder.
Good evening, Amanda Radigan, Planning and Zoning Director. Short update, this is more informational. I just wanted to let the commission know that there is an actual waiver process built into the workforce housing program. It is only viable if you are constructing actual workforce housing, so the pay in lieu of fee is not eligible for this. I will say that the language is pretty broad and the review criteria is very strict. It essentially says that if you can't meet any of the LDRs, you will need to show staff that if you met the LDR requirements, you would make the project financially infeasible. The only exception is that we won't waive anything that is compromise any of the city's life and safety standards. So if the commission, and I will also add that there is a little bit of a discrepancy between that and the actual process sections of the codes. There is no actual formal process. We just kind of wrote it into the workforce housing. So what staff can do is strengthen that language, clean it up a little bit, create a process for it. If that is the will of the commission, I'd be happy to work on that.
Vice Mayor, you brought up this item. Could you, I'm assuming you have comments and questions, but could you also describe the origin story? Why are we talking about
Yeah,
this?
so I know that other municipalities have waivers that they can utilize to help bridge a gap for workforce housing projects to get done. Because the last thing that I want, and I'm glad you brought up how Wild West this is in our language, because essentially a developer can come in and say, hey, we want a waiver, we can't get our financing, and there's no criteria. And so I want to make sure that if there is going to be a waiver brought forward, that, if there's if there's a matter of something that needs to be followed with our code that doesn't affect life and safety, and that could produce a workforce housing project, especially in this great economic cloud we have over us and this housing crisis we're going through, I want to make sure that we as the city are able to provide that product.
What staff can do, there's a couple of different options. We could create criteria, or what I would probably suggest is outline the portions of the code that are applicable to
Yes.
a waiver. So certain things that maybe certain architectural finishes that we require, or certain sustainability standards, and not just waivers, it could be reduction. So instead of requiring a affordable housing development to do 20 points in sustainable development, they would only be required to do 10. There are measures like that that I think that will make this more usable also. Because if the standard is financially infeasible, that's almost impossible to me. Like you won't be able to justify fully that adding 2 EV stations makes the entire project infeasible.
Right. Right. Yeah, I think it's important that that gets cleaned up because, you know, it could go either way, right? So I want to make sure that it favors the city. At the same time, it allows business to come in and produce a good product to help combat this housing crisis.
Anything else from my colleagues? Anyone else? Well, with that, thank you so much, Amanda.
My pleasure.
So if I missed nothing else, we're going to proceed to item 12B. Again, this is proposed ordinance number 23-023. City Clerk.
Proposed ordinance number 23-023, first reading, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, approving Boynton Beach administrative amendments to the 8th edition, 2023, of the Florida Building Code, providing for conflicts, severability, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Kunzman. Could you double check the microphone or?
No, we're good? Yep. All right. My apologies. Per state statute 55373, the state gives the local jurisdiction authority to modify Chapter 1, so the administrative code and the building code. From recommendations from BOAF, Palm Beach County Building Code Advisory Board, and the state model codes, we're proposing the following recommendations of the change of our Chapter 1. The last time I was here, we made some changes to Chapter 1. None of those will be changed. Okay, we will just keep moving forward and just make these amendments for the 23 cycle. In section 102.25, we're adding local enforcement agency and striking item 4 in its entirety, and that is by recommendation of BOAF and the state model code. In section 102.6 and 102.62, we're removing the property maintenance code as we do not enforce the property maintenance code. It's not adopted. In 104.11, we struck and simplified that paragraph to make things easier for the alternative methods in design. And that was by recommendation of the Palm Beach County BOAF and state model codes. Section 105.3, some changes were made to, we struck the option of emailing permits because the city of Boynton Beach is 100% paperless, and we do not accept paper of any kind through SAGES. The only time we use paper is through Naviline, and that's for inspection. So hopefully in a couple of years, we'll be totally 100% paperless. In 105.3.1.2, we've added an exception to simplify permitting process for fire alarm system projects. 107.3.5, some changes were made to add the building envelope for plan review criteria. Also, residential 1 and 2 family added carbon monoxide alarms requirements, recommendations from BOAF, state, and Palm Beach County. And 107.35, the plan review criteria for wind requirements were added. That was by recommendation of BOAF and the state. 107.6.2, we added the private provider affidavits to be reviewed by the building official for any projects done in special flood hazard areas, because this could affect our CRS rating. And we need to make sure that all the properties are in compliance with our FEMA regulations. In 110, 1.2 inspection services, we added verification of architects and engineers from statute 471, 481 respectively. And finally, the preliminary inspections struck limitations of 55379. And that was also in line with BOAF State and Palm Beach County.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, let's see. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you, John. I just had one question, and this is for new construction only, correct?
Pardon?
Is this for new construction only?
This is chapter 1, and chapter 1 is administrative. That is the business through the building department, and we make other little changes instead of going by the state's chapter 1, which is more broad. We make changes to our chapter 1 so it's more customized to the local jurisdiction. Some of the items are sheds, things that are required by permit, things that don't require a permit. Some of those things that we changed in the last time I was here to help homeowners out to do some more added work without permits and kind of broaden that.
The reason I'm asking, and as we're going through it, we added on 107.3.5 the requirement, I'm assuming, of carbon monoxide alarms. So how, if this is for everyone, how do we quantify and govern that? If, I mean, I can understand if it's new construction, we know that your requirement is you have to have smoke and carbon monoxide detectors. But how would this ever come into play? Like, how would we, I mean, are we now going to require every homeowner to now have carbon monoxide alarms? How is that going to ever?
I wish I could. Okay, there's a lot of things that I wish I could do. But a lot of things that are proposed are for new construction. One of the things, there are multiple editions of the code that we have to look at, and one of those is the existing building code, and that encompasses all existing structures, be it residential or commercial. And depending on the level of work that they do, depends on the level of compliance that they have to do. And depending on the level of compliance, it could push us into the building code, which would require coming into compliance with the current code. Instead of, if you're in the existing building code, you can do the repairs to the houses without bringing everything up to today's code, which is really cost effective.
Right. No, I understand that. I'm just trying to figure out, like, if, I mean, this is existing homes, existing residential, and we're putting in a requirement to add carbon monoxide detectors. How would we ever know? I mean, I guess I'm just trying to figure out, when does this ever actually become applicable? Because, I mean, unless I have a reason for city inspector to come on my property, they're not going to ever know if I have a smoke detector or carbon monoxide alarm. So I'm just wondering how this becomes applicable for existing residents.
When somebody comes in for a building permit, they have to provide us plans. And if the designer of record does not include, if it triggers, the scope of work triggers the carbon monoxide requirements, then the design professional has to include that. If they don't include it, then we require it, we ask for it, and then they include it, and then we do our inspections. They have to be hardwired, and that requires electrical permit, and they have to be shown on the plans in the required locations. And that's for new construction. And like I said, when we go into built the existing building code, when they do a certain level of work, then it's required. Then we will see it and we will make sure that they are installed.
Okay, so it's for new construction or somebody who has to renovate their home to a certain extent?
Yes.
That they would need to have building come in and do inspections. Okay. Okay, thank you. I just couldn't qualify how we were going through making that change, but now I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. Thank you, John. I'm not seeing anyone else with their hands up. I take it that's the end of questions. It is first reading, so there is no public comments. So we'll turn now to a motion. Is there a motion to approve item 12B?
So moved.
We have a motion from Commissioner Kelly, a second from Commissioner Hay. City Clerk, begin the roll call, please.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Turkin,
Yes.
Mayor Pensager.
Yes.
The vote is 5-0.
Thank you, and thank you, John. Moving on to item 12C, proposed ordinance number 23-024. It is first reading. However, per state requirements, we will be doing a public comment on this. City Clerk.
Proposed ordinance number 23-024, first reading, an ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations, Chapter 1, Article 2, definitions, Chapter 3, Article 4, Section 3D, use matrix and notes, and Chapter 4, Article 5, minimum off-street parking requirements to modify and add definitions, use regulations, and parking for commercial kitchen uses, food processing, manufacturing, ghost kitchens, and banquet halls, providing for conflict severability, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone from the dais that is interested in hearing this presentation? I know many of you have already seen this in your agenda reviews. Any requests? Seeing no requests, are there any questions for Andrew while he's at the podium? No questions either. With that, we'll turn now to public comment on this item. Again, this is specifically 12C. If you would like to speak on it, now's the time to approach the podium. Seeing no one approaching the podium, we're going to go to those online. Is there anybody with their digital hands raised? Still awake?
No, Mayor, there are no digital hands raised.
Thank you. With that, public comments on this item is now closed. Let us open the floor for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor, second from Commissioner Hay. Please begin the roll call.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Turkin,
Yes.
Mayor Pensager.
Yes.
The vote is 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to item 12D, proposed ordinance number 23-025.
Proposed ordinance number 23-025, first reading, an ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations, Chapter 4, Article 5, Section 3, special reductions in required off-street parking to add multi-tenant building to warehouse, wholesale, and distribution, providing for conflict severability, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you. And before you begin, is there anybody here in the dais that would like to hear the presentation? It is publicly available, and you may have seen this before. Any requests? Seeing no one making the request, are there any questions for Mr. Pinder? Seeing no questions for Mr. Pinder, let's now turn to public comment. If you would like to speak specifically on this item, now's the time to approach the podium. Seeing no one approaching the podium, let's go to those online. How many people do we have with their digital hands raised?
We have no digital hands raised at this time.
All right. With that, public comments on this item is now closed. We have a motion to approve item 12D.
So move.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor, second from Commissioner Kelly. City Clerk, the roll call.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Turkin, Vice Mayor Pensager.
Yes.
The vote's 5-0.
Are there any? Yes.
She slipped and said Vice Mayor really quick. Vice
Ah.
Mayor Pensager.
I said that twice.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's late.
It's okay.
It's fine. Listen, let's move forward. Are
It
there any
just woke us all up. We're like,
closing
"Huh?"
comments, Commissioner Kelly? Anything?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Hay,
None.
Vice Mayor.
Second.
Wait, let me, I appreciate it, but
Amazing
everybody
work,
gets-
Craig.
Vice Mayor, 1 second. Okay, so 1 second. We didn't go to Commissioner Cruz. I give everybody the opportunity. Commissioner Cruz, is there any closing comments you wanted to make?
Thank you all for your time. Good
Okay,
night.
thank you. Vice Mayor, wrap it. Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor to adjourn?
Aye.
Aye. All right, this motion passes. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for being patient. Thank you to everybody who came out. We appreciate you.